Hello! Wait! Hi. Anyway, me? Forget what I set my own stream for? Oh, I could never! Oh, whoa! Me, oh my god, oh, me, oh, yeah, no. Anyway, you know how I can make it up to you? Public humiliation. Here. I'll show you my unk picture and then you'll forgive me for forgetting when I said I would stream. You know? Here, maybe this will make it better. Here, here. Does this bring you more joy? Does this make up for it if I show you my unk status? Does this make it all better? Here, if I publicly humiliate myself by showing you my unk status, does this make it better? Does this, do you forgive me now anyway? I literally it's so crazy. I literally I was like, oh, my stream's at 6. I have time to take a shower. So I took a shower, and then as I stepped out of the shower, I was like, huh? Because I stepped out of the shower and I immediately came to go set up stream, and I looked at my stream time and I was like, what? There's no fucking way. And then I was like, oh shit! And then I opened all of my apps. And then I was ready. 41, you know, your unk score is 3? There's no way your unk score is 3. Who gets an unk score of 3? Isn't Serena's even isn't Serena's even like a 9? Isn't Serena's literally like 9? There's no way you got a 3 of your unk score. Does that mean your youth score is like 97? What's the score mean? It means if you're an unk or if you're youthful. So like, the higher your unk score, the more unk you are, and the higher your youth score, the more youthful you appear to be. Personality-wise. I don't think there's like... I think it's literally just like emotionally personality. I don't even know if it's emotionally, it's mostly personality traits. I guess like things you do, like based off of different actions you take in how you interact with life. Hi, Wani! Hi! Welcome! Yeah, like uncle. I also took... Did you check the visibly proud of my spreadsheets? No, I hate spreadsheets. I'm really not good with spreadsheets. I'm really not good with spreadsheets. I like literally... at work, when I have to read like Excel sheets, it's really hard for me to like understand that type of stuff. And go with nickname, short name. That's totally fine. You have to you have to sometimes look this type of stuff up. Like when Riz was a big thing, I had to like look up Riz because I was like, what does Riz mean? Same with a lot of different things. I also took the other test that was in Serena's general, so I could show it to you guys too. I got this one. Wait. I'm not really familiar with the different Prosekai stuffs, but I have this one. This is what I got for the Prosekai. It was Wonderlands X Showtime. And then Serena got Leonid. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that implies. That's what I got. They're really calling Facebook unk territory when Facebook was a goldmine of memes. I haven't used Facebook in absolute years, but I only had a Facebook because when I was going to college, they required us to all have like a Facebook, basically. Well, not was like required, but it was like a part of like the bonding for our class and stuff. And they had like a page that had like updates for college things, so I had to join like a Facebook group, and I was like, I guess I can have a Facebook then. I never really posted on it. It was mostly so that I could like, you know, be able to actively integrate with my college society. Society? That sounds so cult-like. Sorry, society. I don't know, college group? My college graduating class? That and like when we used to do school trips when I was like in high school, I technically had a Facebook, but I didn't like use it for anything other than that. I guess once in a while when I was younger I would post on Facebook, but it was more like a life update. Like I'm home for the holidays. Facebook does feel unk these days. Yeah, I guess it kind of does. I don't use it, so I guess maybe kind of. I also don't really use Instagram though nowadays. But I guess I kind of stopped posting on Instagram years ago, because I kind of felt like I never really had anything important enough to post. Like, what else has happened? Actually, that's not true. I graduated from college twice and I didn't post about either of them on Instagram. Which is kind of crazy. I was like, there's nothing important enough in my life. And I'm like, well, what about when I graduated from college? But I still didn't even post about them on Instagram. If my family wants to know what's going up with me, they have to message me. I don't post anything on social media anymore. I think it got to a point of like not knowing what to even post. Like, you guys, I guess I'm also kind of unk status. Because, like, when I went to the market earlier today, or I went to the gas station, and, I got Mike and Ike's. I was looking at the candies, because I really wanted, like, a candy, so I went to the gas station so I could get candy. And... and when I went to the gas station to get candy, I was looking at all the different candy options that I could get, and I got Mike and Ike's. I got the Mike and Ike Mega Mix as my choice of candy. I feel like Mike and Ike's are kind of like an unk candy. I didn't get like the gummy clusters or anything. I got Mike and Ike. Instagram is for flexing your fit, your Starbucks dinner. I mean, I guess so. I take pictures of all my dinners, but I never post them. I don't even know why I take pictures of my dinner. I guess, well... if I'm at like a really nice place, like an expensive place, I'm like, wow, like, this is tasty. I should take a picture of it, but if it's like at home, then I'm like, wow, I can't believe I cooked that. That's crazy, bro. And then I take a picture. As if like that's cool or something. Like as if it's so cool that I can... It's so cool that I can cook. Whoa. And then every time I send a picture of what I've cooked to my mom, she goes, you know, I am happy to know that you are able to do something for yourself. And I'm like, oh my god, thanks. So funny. Unfortunately, I finally did. Well, unfortunately, it's a good thing I can cook. What is it called? Because I didn't learn how to cook until like... I didn't really learn to cook until I was in like... my first year, mostly, almost even my second year of college. I really got into it because I started having like friends over, and we would have like, sometimes I would cook and there'd be like a dinner night, you know? Because I was like, well, I kind of was like into parties when I was in college, but even more than parties, I liked to have friends over and then like have like a couple of glasses of wine with like some sort of dinner that I'd make, you know? I was adjusting to adult graduated life early, one could say. You know what I mean? Like, what do you call? I would like be like, hey guys, come over and let's watch Ratatouille, and I'll make pasta and we can have wine. That one of my older friends would have to bring over, I'll be honest. LOL. But I would make like a seared scallop white wine reduction pasta, and then my friend would bring like white wine, like 3 bottles of white wine, and then we would all like sit around the television in the living room and drink wine and watch like Ratatouille. Oh, and I also would do that for like holidays, because not all of us had family that we could go home to because it'd be too expensive to like fly home for like small holidays. So like for Thanksgiving, I was never able to fly home because it was too expensive. So instead, every Thanksgiving, I would cook and then have all of my friends who weren't going home for Thanksgiving come over, and then we would have Thanksgiving dinner together and like watch like old like Disney movies. And I would cook like I normally didn't cook an actual turkey. I did like the last year I got the Costco like turkey breast because that was kind of affordable and I just had to put that in the oven. But the 2 years before that, I would cook 2 Cornish hens, and I would cook a big thing of mashed potatoes, a big sheet of Brussels sprouts. I'd make like an onion gravy for the Cornish hens. And then I would also sometimes I also normally made like some sort of dessert. So normally I just made some sort of cake. Like I'd make like a pudding cake or custard cake. Sorry, custard cake. Like, you know those Japanese custard cakes? I'd make those. And then we would all like, one of my friends normally who would come that was older would bring like wine, and then we would all just drink and have Thanksgiving dinner together. And it was very cozy and very, very fun. It was a little expensive because I would pay for all of it, but I mean, it was worth it because otherwise you kind of are just alone. Oh, and every year I would put a sweater on my cat because it was like in the season. You know? I'd always put a sweater on my cat because I wanted her to be festive. She doesn't fit anymore because she was younger and she was thinner back then. But I used to put my cat in like this red and green sweater and she would look all puffy. She didn't like when I put it on, but after it was on, she was pretty chill. It's the same with my dog. Well, my dog kind of like lets me just put on anything, but he doesn't like it. He like, if it takes too long, he like moves a little bit, but he kind of just lets you put it on. My cat would try to bite me, but I would put it on her and then she would just give in. And then she would just wear it and she wouldn't try to get out of it. Which is good because then it'd be really annoying. You know? But those were always really fun times back then. And that was how I kind of taught myself to cook, was like through moments like that and like friend parties and stuff where I would like host dinners. But I also would host like actual parties at college. Because I mean, I wasn't extroverted, but I don't know, I always felt like when my friend would be like, I want to have our friends over for a party, I'd be like, okay, let me plan it. I don't know why I planned it, because it was normally not my idea. Like, my roommate, because I had two roommates, so there was 3 of us, but one of our roommates was, who's still my friend now, she's the other one that I used to live with, but like booze parties. Like, my other friend, which is the one I'm actually still friends with, she was in a different degree. She was in design, so she didn't normally like hang out with the friends we hung out with, because all of our friends were like theater people. But my other roommate, who was actually in my class, she was a theater person. She'd be like, I want to have my friends over. We should invite people over for a party. And then I'd be like, okay, let me plan it together. And then I would go into like the group chat and I would like message the details and like what I would have. And then I would find a way to have like maybe 3 things of alcohol, and then I would make a bunch of different like, I would get a bunch of different sodas and stuff, and then get out a bunch of like glasses so we could have like different drinks that we mixed together, and we would just have like a bunch of chips and stuff. And I would have everyone over, and there'd be like music, and we would have these little lights that would like flash and like spin around, and we would play like, what do you call, Mario Party, Mario Kart, Super Smash Bros, and just get like really drunk and stuff. What's the Toka special cocktail? Well, the Toka special cocktail, if you want to know what it was when I was in college, well, I would make it now if I bought hard liquor again. I don't really normally buy hard liquor, but when I was in college, my drink of choice was to get Calpico and whiskey. But normally it wasn't like actual store-bought Calpico, you know, like the ones that's pre-mixed. I had my mom used to ship me the Calpico concentrate so I could make my own Calpico, because I prefer it less sweet than it is when you buy it from the store. So I would just get like a glass of water and put like a drop, like a little tip of the Calpico concentrate, and then mix it together to make like a lighter version of Calpico. And so I would do that and then put like 3 shots of whiskey in it, and then I would drink that. Isn't that milky? Milk works with whiskey? It's kind of more like yogurty, is how I would describe Calpico. I feel like Calpico is kind of like sweet, really, really sweet, and yogurty and a little bit creamy. You know, it's kind of like it's like a more creamy Yakult. is how I would kind of describe Calpico. But it's really good with whiskey. I recommend that. I also recommend with whiskey if you have specifically Fireball. Fireball mixes really, really well with Arizona iced tea. But I mean, also Arizona iced tea tastes really good with whiskey in general. But I think specifically that I think that whiskey like Fireball whiskey goes really, really well with Arizona iced tea. I used to do that combination a lot when I was a very legal drinking age. And I was trying to drink stuff that made it seem like I was eating cinnamon Altoids so that no one knew that I was drinking at a totally legal age. I've never found a way to make Fireball tolerable. Oh, it's really, really good with Arizona iced tea, in my opinion. I think it's a really good mixture. But also when I was in college, I didn't make a lot of mixed drinks. Because I was trying to prove my dominance. I cared a lot about proving my dominance when I was in college. It's the alpha in me. It's my certified unk alpha-ness, you know? Because if like guys in your class are like, I bet you can't do this, and I'm like, huh, fuck you, watch this, and then I will take a shot straight and I won't chase it and I will refuse to chase it. I have a lot of pride. So, you know? So like drinking recently divorced levels of alcohol. This is true. My goal a lot of the time when I would host parties when I was in college was literally to outdrink any of my male classmates. Like we would literally, oh my god. So we would have like spin competitions too sometimes. It was really stupid. Where like turns competitions, because I don't know if you guys know this, but like in like ballet, technically men are like more normal with like really good at like spinning, you know? Like they can spin more normally in terms. Like they get, and they also get more height with jumps. It has to do with their legs and stuff. So like we would do like spin competitions. I'm really bad at turns and spins, but I still would like drink a bunch and we would try to do a single. You can't really do doubles on carpet really well, so we would do singles. But I was like, I don't know. I don't know what it was, my pride. I like they'd be like, hey Toka, we're gonna take like one shot, all us boys together. You want to take one with us? And I'd be like, yeah. And like, cause you know they were all fighting to like show that they could drink the most alcohol, and as someone like me, I also felt like I too wanted to do that. You gotta show off for the ladies. You gotta show your dominance so that the ladies in the room know that you're cooler. You know? I remember one night I got so sick because I think I took like 12 shots. I was so dead the next day, I think I called out of class. Hi, Ineko! Welcome! Where as fuck, I'd be finding ways to sneakily water down my portion to last longer. No, we would do shot competitions. There was literally a time, and I'm not proud of this, but like literally, where I outdrank my friend and he ended up almost having alcohol poisoning and I did not. And we had to call poison control to make sure he was okay, because he was like being a little unresponsive and it was really scary. Nothing says what a catch more than downing an entire bottle of tequila. Like literally so true, I say, when I don't actually even think it's that attractive, but I just have a strong ego. I'm an Aries, you can't expect more from me. I'm competitive to a fault. But I just pretend not to be. Or if I am, then I just like, I'm also a pretty okay graceful loser now. Not back then, but like now I am. I'm now a graceful loser. Before I was not a graceful loser, and I can own up to that. tequila. I don't know. I never really liked tequila. I also never really liked vodka, and I hate rum. And I don't really like gin. I'm mostly a whiskey person. But I would drink a lot of vodka and tequila when I was younger, just because I would literally do anything to not have to drink fucking gin and rum. Because I drank too much rum once, and now I just kind of really hate rum. The only rum that I can like actively stomach is like what do you call? I can actively stomach Kraken rum. Kraken's pretty good. I thought vodka was I want to get drunk in the cheapest way. I mean, that is kind of true. That was not gin. A lot of gin's really expensive. You can get really cheap vodka. I mean, once I was at a party at one of my friends' places. I say party, but it was like 6 people. It was for my friend's birthday. And she had 2 like boxes of rosé for her birthday for everyone, but she was like, I know that you don't like rosé, and so she bought me the $7 bottle of vodka that was in a plastic bottle, and I drank the whole thing. It was really bad, and I felt like crap. I had a horrible headache after that. It was very cheap vodka, and you really don't want to be drinking vodka that comes in a plastic container. That shit's like literally horrible. That was a very fun night though. I remember her wearing her birthday tiara, and she was very theater kid of her. Like she had a birthday tiara, and then she has this like, there's a video on my phone of her drinking rosé from the box where like she put her head underneath, and then her friend like did the crank and she was just chugging it. I cannot imagine chugging rosé. I feel like that would be like too much. It's so tart and sour. It's like I just wouldn't want to do it. Like I just like it's like I feel like rosé is like, you know, it's like it's too much for me to think about like chugging like that, you know? Like I can chug like beer, I can chug like a mixed drink, like a vodka cran. I can maybe chug vodka, but I cannot considerably consider chugging rosé or any wine. I feel like wine is so dry. It's like, how do you even chug it? It's not. Let's be like, that sounds so wrong. I was be like, it's not wet enough. Like, hello, what are you talking about? It's not wet enough. What do you mean? But you know what I mean. It's like there's a barrier. It feels like there's a barrier. I gotta pull up my my thing too. Where is it? Wrong one. The recipe for that Toka drink of last year. Oh my god, it's probably online because I think all of them, all of the ones from Off-Kai last year, they like had the they posted what it was in each drink, I think. Right? It would like, it had the drink name and then the what was in it. Or I thought it did. Leave the wine for the aunts? Yeah, I gotta leave the wine for the aunts. I'm not an aunt. So, well, I mean I am an aunt because my cousin had a baby. That makes me an aunt, right? But I mean a lot of people are aunts. You can be an aunt at like 6 years old. I'm just not a wine aunt. I was about to be like, don't you only become an aunt when you get old? No, you can have anyone in your family can have a baby at any time. I'm not an unk! I guess I am an unk. I'm a certified unk, not a real unk. Just certified. Yeah, I barely drink wine because that dryness. Like, why am I drinking a liquid that doesn't do the liquid feeling? That is kind of true. I was born an uncle. I wasn't born an aunt, but I did recently become one. Do you want to be a mother? I would love to be a mother, but I'm not the age to become one. Or, well, I mean, I guess there were people being mothers at my age, like, before, but I mean, you know, back in the day, you know, women would have children at, like, 16 to 13, so, like, you know. But, I mean, I guess that still happens sometimes, but, like, I am not at the age where I would consider myself wanting to have a kid. In today's America, With the price of rent these days, I don't even think I could even feasibly imagine being a mother. Not in this economy. There's also the logistic of like, how would you get pregnant? I'd have to like purchase the capacity to become mother. I don't think... First of all, I'd have to get married. Second, I'd have to consider my bank accounts. Like, I don't think I could consider having a kid unless I felt like I could pay for their college tuition and medical bills. That's a lot of money that I don't have. You know? Like, if I was a parent, I'd want to have enough money where... Like, yeah, we'd probably still have to take college loans out, but I would want to still be able to, like, know that I could help my kid go to college and, like, pay for their dorm ring and stuff, you know? Like, you gotta pay... First of all, I have to find someone to marry. So that's step one. Then step two, I pay for the wedding. Me pay for the wedding! The person pays for the wedding. Or we share the wedding cost. And you gotta pay for, like, the wedding, reception food, party, people's invites. So then there's, like, that. That's, like, what? 50? 30k? I don't know. Something. That's the second hurdle. Okay, I don't even have 30k. I don't even think I have 30k. And then you have to have the child. So that's gonna cost money. Just to make the baby happen, probably. Then you're gonna have to birth the child. That's a lot of money. Then you're gonna have to get the child through preschool. That's money. Preschool is not free. Then you gotta go to school with this kid. Now, does this kid go to public school or private school? Who knows? I could give birth to a kid who's a prodigy, and I have to pay for a bunch of things for this kid to be a prodigy at something. And, you know, you gotta have, there's a lot of unexpected costs with children. I'll tell you that. How much jab did I miss? Not that much, just me. Well, right now we're talking about the capacity that I could have to become a mother. And I'm explaining how much it costs to become a mother. Because, you're like, that's the thing, right? Is like, you could give birth to a kid who really has no particular interests in anything. Or you could give birth to a kid with a bunch of medical bills because they just end up, you know, it's unfortunate, but sometimes kids are born with a bunch of medical conditions. Or you could give birth to a kid who's a prodigy. And if you have a kid that's a prodigy, holy shit, you gotta pay a lot of bills if you want to make that savant and to have the ability to practice whatever they're good at. Like, I've been thinking about that recently. Can you imagine you give birth to a kid that's a prodigy at something and you want to support them? Now you have to, like, pay for a bunch of extra stuff. So, you know, and it's not like you don't want to pay for it because you love them and you want them to be good at the thing they're good at. So you're gonna work to pay those extra bills. That's a lot of money and dedication and time you gotta put into that, you know? That's not easy. And then the kid has to go through several schools, years, and different things. And then they have to go to college or start participating in whatever they do at the professional level. Holy shit, that's more money. And then, you know, they grow up and you're trying to help them pay for things while they're paying for their own things. And then, you know, maybe they want to get married and you want to help them out, you know? And then so you're like, well, now I gotta help them pay to get married. That's so much money that I don't have. That is so much money that I don't have. You think Yui has money? That's crazy, bro. Yui does not have money. Neither do I. You can marry Yui is so funny. That's very nice of you paying for your own wedding but planning to pay for your child. Well, I mean, I would love to. You and Yui can marry into a rich family with generous grandparents. That's so true. We'll find one person who's really rich and we're both gonna marry them. I would say, where's my really, really rich, like, beautiful woman who's like an heiress to a huge wealth of family money that I can marry? Where is she? Where is she? Were you two set up a bakery? Unfortunately, bakeries don't make that much money. Not normally, unless they really pop off. A lot of family businesses actually only make around enough to like get by, which is the unfortunateness of starting your own business. Did you want to talk about Oshi Snuggles? I saw that you were in it. I guess if you would like me to, I can start talking about it now instead of the end of the stream like I normally would. I will pull up the image and then talk about Oshi Snuggles for you. Let me go grab it for you. Let me find the image from the chat. Rich blonde woman from royalty. Yeah, I would like a rich blonde woman from royalty. Here, let me find the link for it too. Where is it? Yori Mokami. Here you go. I'm in Oshi Snuggles. This is happening this Saturday. It is on Hyori Mokami's channel. She is partnered with Best Friends Animal Society. The link to the stream is right here. The Oshi Snuggles event is basically going to be an event where a bunch of the girls on the screen all sent in one or more plushes that they owned or made, and they will be auctioned off to where you can basically adopt them. All of the proceeds will be matched by Best Friends Animal Society, so it's not just your donation. They are also going to match your own donation for their own charity and then give it back. So it's basically like doubling whatever you buy. Yui, of course, made the logo. And you can adopt any of the girls on the screen's plushes. Mine is a rabbit. You will see it on Saturday. You are welcomed to adopt it. And just know that your money for whatever girl's plush that you adopt, it will be sent to you, and also the money will go to animals in need. I sent a rabbit. I thought, well, I'm gonna make up I'm gonna make a very good funny story up for it, so that you guys can hear about its backstory, for the event, but. I've had it for a really long time, the one I sent in, but I thought it really fit the theme of the event and fit the vibe of the event, so I'm hoping you all enjoy it, whoever ends up adopting it. And it's all going back to the animals, which is really, really, really good. I will say it does kind of look like Yui, so but that would definitely be a cute name for it. I do think the plush animal that I sent in does actually kind of look genuinely like Yui. So, it would fit it. It was very funny. I was like, oh, this kind of fits all of that. Like, it's her color scheme and everything. It does kind of really look like her. But yes, don't worry, Brandon. I talk about every event that I'm in normally at the end of stream. Just because if I talk about it at the beginning of the stream, within the first hour normally, there's like, not everyone normally ends up at the stream because it takes a while for people to get notified about a stream, so I tend to wait for the end of stream because that's when there's normally like a larger amount of the viewers who are actually normally watching at the stream, because that tends to be when they actually have heard about it and then are able to hear about things. Because within the first hour is normally when people trickle in. It's also when I reveal my most embarrassing stories, is when people aren't here in the beginning, so then nobody hears about my stories later. That's why I told all my college stories at the beginning. Then no one has to hear about how embarrassing I was in college. Hi Rex, hi! Welcome! I'm good. You're interested in bidding for mine? Well, I think you might like mine. Very cute, very soft. Yeah, the legend. That's true. The legend of the purple-back alpha. I can't believe anyone who wasn't here at the beginning of stream yesterday wouldn't know. They wouldn't know about the legend of the purple-back alpha. What a horrible thing to miss. But how is it going? It's going good. It's a really busy week at work, so I've been really busy while I've been at work today. Well, it was busy today, but this week. I was responding I was explaining to you today. I was saying to her, I was like, you know, the thing about work is like, I hate when it's busy because it reminds me while I'm doing all of this extra stuff why I don't like being here. Because when it's slow, you know, like, there's time to distract myself with other things that I would rather be doing so that I don't have to think about the fact that I don't want to be at work. But then when it's busy, then I'm doing a lot of work, and then I'm remembering why I'm at work, and then I'm like, oh shit, I hate being at work. Because normally it's like pretty slow, so then like in between when I'm responding to emails and like filling out forms and stuff, I can like work on some VTubing things, so it feels like I'm doing something rewarding because it's like, oh, a little treat, I'm doing some VTuber things. Or like I can draw a little bit, I'm like, oh my god, what a treat, I can draw a little bit. Or it's like I can type on Discord to someone and I can be like, oh my god, what a little treat, I'm not working right now. Like I'll take little breaks. But if there's like a work day, like a lot like this week, where I don't have any time to take any breaks, then I'm like, oh my god, I fucking hate being here, I remember now. That's the one good thing about when you work like a cubicle job, is where you like you can just like, if no one's looking behind you and they aren't monitoring your computer, then you can just like, if no one's looking and you're completing your tasks, you can just go on your computer and do something else. Because as long as you can complete all of the work you need to do by the end of the day, I mean, who's gonna tell you that you can't like scroll on Twitter a little bit or like talk to your friends on Discord? You know? Who's gonna be upset? They're not gonna know. I still do all my work, so what can I say? I'm always on the look to see if someone walks behind me. Absolutely not. I'm busy. I literally have it set up for me where it's like, see, this is why it's good that I am a VTuber, so they can never find out. Where I'll have like a tiny bit of like my the tiny bit of my like fucking Discord is like poked out to the side of my browser where it has my work stuff. And then like just to the side of the Discord is like my personal browser. And then if I hear someone walking, I just switch the screen back to the fucking normal one with my work screen. I'd rather be talking to Yui. Don't walk behind my screen. I'd rather be talking to Yui right now. I just switch right out. And then I go back. Because the thing about a lot of office jobs is you don't normally, unless it's busy time, you don't normally need like the entire shift to finish your work. At least for the one I have. But I only work part-time. But in like a week and a half, I'm probably gonna move to full-time, which will suck. But right now, I just work part-time, so it's like, as long as, you know, as long as I have all the things done, it doesn't normally take the whole shift. So it's like, I have time to do extra stuff. Get that bag. Well, I need it in order to keep my job. Because they were gonna let me go because they couldn't retain my position. But then they were like, we need someone to actually take on your job and someone else's job. Could you do both? And then I said, yes, I would love to take on both so I could have my health benefits still. Because I actually get my benefits at part-time for the job that I have. I actually have my benefits. And they were going to let me go. And then, but actually, instead, they thought, what if we just pay one person full-time to do 2 jobs? So I'll just be doing 2 jobs for the price of 1. And then get my health benefits and be full-time. Yeah, most jobs don't need 9 hours. They just want to keep it straight. So true. Genius. I know, right? Why pay one person to do 1 job when you could pay one person to do 2 jobs? So I'm just gonna do that. And so my hours go up and my pay grade stays the same, but it's not salary, so it is still by the hour, so I still get my money. My pay salary does not go up at all, so I'm still getting paid the same amount, just for more hours of the week. Wonderful. But I get my health benefits, and that's all I needed. Because I didn't want to be unemployed. Yet. Or I really can't afford to be unemployed right now. Is more what it means. It's more what it means. I think I go from like 20 hours a week to 40 hours. Smiles. I got a raise last year of 30 cents, so that was awesome. Last year I did get a raise. I got a raise of 30 cents. It was awesome. I like got the 30-cent raise and I was like, Mom, is this really a raise? And she was like, it's kind of a raise. And I was like, hey, then what can I say? 30-cent raise, let's go. Claps my hands. Why bother at all? I don't know, maybe it was just for my morale. My 2% raise! Yippee! Apparently I am very good at my job. I was talking to the person I have to work underneath. And I ended up actually getting offered to... I did end up getting offered the extra work instead of them just laying me off because he highly recommended me. And I was talking to my new boss about my position, and she was talking about how basically part of the reason that she was excited to work with me is that the last person that she worked with normally didn't complete their tasks. So I guess maybe that is all. Maybe all you have to do to be good at your job is to complete the job that you're supposed to do. Maybe that is all you have to do. I know all I have to do is do the job and then I'll seem amazing. Will we see less of you when you go full-time? I hope not. I think if anything, maybe like I won't do like... Sometimes I do 2 PM streams. So... Probably maybe I might have to like work on Fridays and Mondays now from the morning. So then I wouldn't be able to do a 2 PM stream. So I probably would just end up doing it more at night. Which is what I already do sometimes anyway. So I probably would just either start later or something like that. Because that would probably be the issue, you know? Hi, Bridge! Oh my god, my Unk status is blocking your thing. I'm so sorry about my Unk status, bro. Sorry about my Unk status. Hi, Bridge! Thank you for being a member for 10 months. 10 months. Time flies. Let the record stand. I knew your image color was purple. Thank you, Bridge! Also, I can't wait to not get 12 months since we're throwing hands at Off Guy. What the heck? I hope you live. I knew you were an Unk. What? How could you tell I'm an Unk? How could you tell that? How would you have guessed? I thought I wasn't gonna get an Unk and I was gonna literally when I took that test earlier on Sarita's stream, I literally thought that I wasn't gonna get Unk and then I was gonna send her the post and then you were gonna be like, oh my god! Toka's not an Unk! Baby. 12 months. Thank you, Brandon, for being a member for 12 months. I don't know why I read 12 months as the first line of the sentence. I literally went, my brain literally went, 12 months, member, Brandon. Thank you, Brandon, for being a member for 12 months. Oh my god, 1 year with Toka. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you, Rex, for being a member for 11 months. Oh, dang, I've been reminded about these. The only hands I'm waiting to throw is when John's days are finished and numbered. I hope that your days are numbered and finished. You know what I'm fighting? Yeah, but don't worry. I won't beat you to a pulp. It's about sending a message, not killing people. If you kill the person you're fighting, they don't have to live with the shame of surviving. Have you ever considered that? You can't actually kill the person. Then how will they live with the shame of being the one who got beat? You obviously don't mean in a fanfiction. You know? Wait, can I watch you beat up Bridge? Sure. When he comes to my thing, I'm gonna pull out the hands, the fisticuffs. I'll bring up my fisticuffs. The psychological damage is worse than physical. Smart. It's true. That's why all of my ASMRs are about... about torturing someone. Even when they're like, oh, Toka, don't make... you know, the theme of this relay is cute. And then I'm like, nah. What if it's not? What if? If I proposed instead, Bridge, if you propose, you're gonna get the same answer that Tuki got when he like mentioned that. You're gonna get, ew. If anyone ever proposes to me at any con during a meet and greet, I'm just gonna go, ew. It's not even a rejection. I'm just gonna go ew, and I'm not gonna respond to your question, and I'm gonna wait for the next thing that you say to me. And if you don't say anything else to me, I'm just gonna stop talking and look awkwardly to the side for the whole meet and greet. You'll say like, oh, will you marry me? I'll go, ew. And then if you say nothing else, I'm just gonna go. And will it hurt more if I start going also to that? I go. No, you're like. Bro, all I said was like, I'm home at to see you, and I got ew. Why? You know what? I just have to say that to everything. Next thing says just fuck. I feel like that's words it's like, no, what can I say? Oh yeah, next in line, please. Next in line. Next in line. Okay, but if it's a pretty girl, okay, well if Ineko came up to me and said, oh, will you marry me? I'd be like, is Ray's okay with this? And if she said okay, then I'd be like, I guess, sure. We can have an unofficial virtual marriage, sure. I am way too shy to propose like that. You know, hey, that just saves you from the ew. I would obviously ask if Ray's was okay with it first, you know, I gotta make sure to keep your relationship alive. My Neko is a mod in this gen that's basically Mary. So true. Poor Ray's in the chair. What can I say? You know, I've seen Ineko dressed as Rina Lunette. You know, it's just really changed my life. It was an eye-opening experience. It's an eye-opening experience. The only way I could admit that I think that Toka's design is pretty is if I saw a pretty girl cosplaying her, you know? Otherwise, if I see myself, I just go, ew. I say, I have no say in it. Smells is crazy talk. That is crazy. I believe in you and Ineko's relationship. I'm a supporter. I normally don't ship women with men, but I do support Rays with Ineko. I support it. Normally I wouldn't ship it, but I support it. Wait, Toka, hear me out. Hyo cosplayer asks to marry you. If a Hyo cosplayer asks to marry me and the cosplayer is a girl, I'll kiss the screen on the spot. And I'll say yes, and I'll scream. Thank you, Toka. You have my blessing. You are allowed to be straight. Me knights you. You are allowed to be a straight couple. Knights you. Ineko, you are not contractually obligated to Yuri. Knights you. Are you sure in June? Yeah, I'm sure. I guess so, huh? I accept the allies. Knights you. It's the crystal blessing. You're communal. I did not call her that. Oh my god. That was so funny when Serena said that. When she said communal hole and didn't know what it meant. I was like, that's crazy talk. I cannot believe she said that without knowing what that meant. That was so fucking crazy. I've never heard Serena say something that she did not know what it meant to the point of what that was. You know? Serena saying communal hole was so fucking insane to me. I was like, that can't be real. We didn't even end up really telling her what it was. That was so funny. I would have told her if we weren't on stream. I would have just told her. I would have been like, this is exactly what it is, and I will tell you, spell it out for you in detail so you can be completely mortified that you said that out loud. She did not say communal wife. She said communal hole. be fair, she had no idea what that meant. I think the thing is, Serena doesn't know a lot of terms though. So she can say anything and she gets like, it doesn't matter. Oh yeah, she also did the stirring pasta meme. Where she like did the thing where she said, that sounds like good this. Which is also very funny. Serena says a lot of randomly sussy things, but like without meaning to. Or she knows, but it's not that bad. She didn't even touch it when that she went in. Look, she doesn't know. She doesn't understand the extent of what she's doing. She's just innocent and cute. She's like a little creature. She's so cute. She's just like a little, she's like a baby. She just doesn't know. That's why I think of her very like, I think of Serena as like, if I ever had a sister, it'd be like Serena Starstruck. Like if I ever had a younger sister, it would be like Serena Starstruck. Cause I've never had a sibling, but when I was growing up, most of my friends were older than me, so I was always the younger sibling vibe for a lot of my friends. Like even my current like IRL best friend, my current IRL best friend is like older than me, so to me like she always says that I'm like a sister to her, but I'd be the younger sister. But like now that I have like VTuber friends, I'm always like the older sister now, which is always so crazy to me because I'm so used to being the young one. Like I'm so used to in all of my friend groups being the young one. But now I'm like the older one, which is so crazy to me. I've never experienced this type of feeling before. Like the feeling of having to be the younger, or the older like sister vibe character. Because when I was growing up, I was like I was always like the younger mature sister. Does that make sense? That like niche of character? Like when I was in my friends groups growing up, I was always the young one that like was mature. You know that niche of like the young mature sister who's like more mature than her older siblings? Like I was always the young one who was innocent and had to tell people to like behave themselves. In that vibe, you know? Like like I always remember this one really funny moment where after school, my friends and I were walking to go to like the market near the school so we could pick up food before we had rehearsals. And my friend, she was wearing a bralette and everything, so it looked like she had a top on, but it was like a very thin, kind of more skimpy like top underneath her tank top. And she wanted to embarrass me, and we saw driving up the hill at the crosswalk was like a car that had some of our other friends from school in it. So she walks across the street, turns to our friend's car, and then lifts up her shirt to just the bralette, and like sticks out her tongue and like is like making noise. And I like grabbed her arms and I pulled the shirt down as I pushed her across the street, and I said, "Stop! Stop!" I was like, "Stop it!" I was like, "You're being indecent! You're being indecent! You have to stop! You're being indecent!" And then she was like laughing on the floor. She like fell on the floor laughing at me. She was like, "Indecent." She was like, "Toka, I just showed our friends my boobs, but I'm indecent? That's what you call it?" And I was like, why did you do that? You're being indecent in public. I know, she was so scandalous. That's just the type of friends I had. They were very like, very wild and free core theater kids and stuff. So I was always like the very innocent, like baby one of that group. But now I'm like the mature older sister, I guess, which is crazy. Ooh, I'm so mature and cool. I'm just so mature and cool. What can I say? What can I do? Teaching me how to be unsay-so? Aw, I wouldn't say unsay-so. I mean, I'm not that unsay-so. I'm unsay-so in that I swear a lot, but that's, I don't really know how to fix that. I'll be honest. I don't really know how to fix that. You know, that's just not my norm. But, like, I guess I've always been, like, the more mature one. Like, wait, where's my... Swearing is different than lewd. That's true. I'm not that lewd. I'm only lewd when I think it'll be funny. I'm only lewd when I think it'll be really funny. Like if I think the joke will hit, I'll be lewd. You know? Like, I'll do almost anything for a bit. Like when I like breathed, like when I like panted really heavily into the mic for the what is it called, Jackbox game? That was I knew that if I did that, all the girls were gonna freak out, and I was like, I should do this, and so I did it. And it was so funny. Cause they were all like, "Oh God, how could you?" Oh my God, what? It's funny. I love making them do that type of shit. They're like, "Oh, I never would expect." Oh, bro, I'll just do it. It doesn't matter. It's just like voice acting. Who cares? Who gives a shit? It's funny. Like, I'll be scandalized, but if it's funny, I'll do anything. That's why I wasn't charging. I'll just jump. The fuck? Fine. I was gonna be like, we can draw soon, but I actually have to charge this for longer because it wasn't plugged into the right outlet. That's fine. That's fine. I was just charging my Apple iPad thinking it was actually charging, but actually it was in the wrong outlet. That's fine. Doesn't matter. It's okay. Actually, you know what? I already have what Rex wants written down. Does is Freum here? Is Phoebo here? Is 03 here? Is Fumbles here? Does anyone who's here want to tell me what they actually want drawn? Actually, Brandon, you're here. What do you want drawn? What Crybaby do you want? What, you have to tell me what Crybaby you want. Oh, Freum, do you know what type of Crybaby you would like drawn on your thing? Like, if you were to have a Crybaby drawn, what type of Crybaby you would like drawn, so I can write it down for you just in case. I'm drawing a Crybaby on everything, and it can be like a Crybaby playing the guitar, Crybaby like laughing with friends, Crybaby singing a song, Crybaby eating an apple, a sleepy wizard Crybaby casting a fireball. Okay. Sleepy wizard Crybaby casting a fireball. That way I can like write these down in advance in case you're not here whenever I end up having to draw it. Because you'll still get sent it anyway. Because it'll go into my the mods in the server will send it to everyone individually and stuff. Or they'll contact you with it. That way you can get the PNG. So otherwise you won't have the PNG. Then you can't add my stuff to other things. My God, sorry. Sometimes when I breathe, it like you can hear me like breathing, and then I'm like, can people hear me breathe? Sometimes I remember that people can actually hear me breathe, because I remember once I was in a call with Lemmy and she was like, Toka, can you please stop? Oh no, you told me what pose you want, Brandon. You told me like the Toka pose, but not what type of Crybaby you want. Because you told me you wanted 8 or 9, but you didn't tell me what type of Crybaby you wanted. So I know that you want 8 or 9, but you didn't tell me which of the actual, like, what type of Crybaby you actually wanted to be drawn. But what is it called? As I've grown up, I've become the type of mature into where I think things are funny and it's like, why not? Even though I still think that poop and fart jokes are where I draw the line. Which is kind of crazy. I'll be like, oh yeah, I'll moan on stream. I don't give a shit. It's just for fun. But if it's like a poop or fart joke, I'm like, that's fucking, absolutely not. Can I be a Crybaby? crybaby with sunglasses and a trumpet. Yeah, those are yucky. That's indecent. That's indecent. But moaning into the mic, that's just funny. You know? Fart jokes are always funny. I wish I thought they were funny. I like grew up with like a very not conservative household, but like a household that was against like gross things, I guess. You know? My household was against gross things. Though I guess they were also kind of, well, my dad was more like into like the conservative and sort of like dress style and stuff, so I dressed pretty conservative really growing up. My mom didn't care though. My mom was a hippie. So I remember when I got to a certain age where I started wearing short shorts, my mom like went with me to the store and she like got me all these really cute shorts. And I remember the first time I wore the shorts downstairs and my dad was there. Oh my god, it was crazy. My dad was like, Toka, what are you wearing? And I was like, it's just a t-shirt. Like, oh, I was wearing a tank top with like a really lacy bralette underneath it. Like it was like a bralette where like it covered myself, so I wasn't like indecent or anything. And then like a tank top and like really short shorts because it was really hot outside. And my dad was like, you cannot go outside wearing those shorts. And I was like, why not? Mom bought them for me. And he was like, oh, Mom bought them for you. And I was like, yeah. And he was like, well, I just think they might be distracting for people and I don't really feel comfortable. I'm worried about what people will think. And I was like, okay. And so I went back upstairs and I changed into skinny jeans. And I only really wore like short shorts if I knew my dad wasn't gonna pick me up, or if I like knew that like I could get away with it, like if I was going to like the beach or something. Because at the beach, you're like gonna change into like a swimsuit anyway, so it like really doesn't fucking matter what you wear. It's nice that you changed for your dad. Well, if it made him uncomfortable, I'm not gonna like wear it in front of him. But it's so funny because then I ended up like dressing very like modestly. Well, I mean, I still dressed modestly as a child. Like even when I wore that type of stuff, I still was kind of modest comparatively to like my friends. But like I ended up as an adult dressing much more modestly than I did when I was younger. I don't know, I like ended up really liking long skirts when I like hit a certain age. Don't know why. Like I mean, I'm still like I can still wear like more like short shorts and stuff if I really wanted to, but like something about the aesthetic really grabs me at this point in my life. Like the aesthetic of the long skirt with like a like high neck, like a turtleneck, or like a dress shirt with like the big cardigans, like the very like cottagecore-y, like cozy bookish vibe. Like I don't know what it is, but like I hit a certain age where I was like, that's so peak. Because when I was younger, it was more like Skins Core, like the Skins like UK series. I was like, that's really peak look. Like I loved that aesthetic for years. Like the more like punky, like sort of gothic-y like vibe was like for a good portion of my life. I was like, that's the coolest. And then I got to a certain point where I was like, I want to look like I own a bookstore with flowers in the front, and that I have like a wife, and we have 2 dogs and 2 cats and a small little like house in the middle of the woods. Like I hit a certain point where that was like my that like aesthetic hit me in the face, and I was like, oh my god, that is so cute. I don't know what it was. It hit me in the face at one point. I just like got consumed by it. I wish I could understand it, because for such a long time I wanted to look very like punk core, cool, like sort of vibe, you know? And before I wanted to look punk, the aesthetic that I had been going for was like theater kid cool. You know, like I when I was like younger, I wanted to look theater kid cool, which is like looks like I sing in like a choir, not religious kind, like the Glee kind, and like kind of like nerdy almost. Was like a vibe I wanted when I was younger. Theater kid cool, you know, like I wear a tie, I have a blazer on, sort of vibe. Like I wanted that when I was younger. Oh my god. Hopefully the frames don't drop too much. Right now they're at 0, so hopefully it just like ends up not breaking forever. Another victim of living off the grid with a loving family. I wish I lived off the grid. No, I lived very much in the city when I was growing up. I was a city kid. Weirdly, I hello. No, I don't give it, but I was a city kid growing up. I didn't live in the city. I lived on the outskirts of the city, but I lived close enough where anyone who knew where knows where I'm from, which I wouldn't say where I live, but like for anyone who knows where I'm from, gives like they would be like, that's a city kid. I lived at the outskirts where it was like if I drove for like 2 minutes. If I drove, I can't fucking drive. If my mom drove me like 2 minutes, we would be in the city, sort of vibe. You know? Like right at the outskirt of like entering the city. Like if you walk for 10 minutes, you're in the city. Which was in fact pretty epic, because that just meant that I was near a lot of schools. To be honest, it was pretty fine, because then you're just near a bunch of schools. And I could walk home most of the time, but I didn't walk home most of the time because my parents were very paranoid that I would get kidnapped. You think I'll learn to drive one day? Yeah, when I move back with my mom next year, I plan to learn to drive because I want to be helpful. I never wanted to learn how to drive, but as my mom gets older and she has a harder time driving, it's motivated me to want to learn. Because there was a very large portion of my life where I was convinced I would never want to have to drive, and I didn't want to drive, and I'm very anxious about driving. But my like dedication to learn has changed. I used to, if you asked me a year ago if I would learn to drive, I would say absolutely not. But my mom having issues driving makes me feel 100% motivated to learn to drive. Because I want to be helpful, and I want to make sure that I can drive her if she ever needs to go somewhere, or as she gets older, if she needs to go to doctor's appointments. I want to be able to say, I can drive you, don't worry. So I'm going to learn to drive when I learn next year, but when I move back next year, so that I can be a helpful daughter. You know? Because right now her only issue is that she can't really drive that well at night. So I want to learn how to drive so that at nighttime, if she needs to go anywhere, I can drive. Hi, Eva! Hi! Hi, Eva! Welcome! It's Toka time. Oh, thank you! That is the name of my streaming stuffs. Welcome, Eva! How was your stream? What were you guys doing? Were you yapping? Were you singing? What were you doing? Did you guys have fun? I was talking about learning to drive. I think you can drive, right? Oh wait, I know you can, because you talked to me about your car once. I'm learning to drive next year, Eva. What's your biggest tip? I'm gonna learn to drive next year. What's your biggest tip? Welcome in, everyone. If you don't know who I am, my name is Toka-kun from Stellarverse Productions' first generation Infinium. Crystal, I'm a VTuber who loves yapping, singing, yuri, and fanfiction. VTubers driving, Nani the fuck? You know, what can I say? I'm gonna learn how to drive next year because I'm so cool. Pushes up my glasses. Don't be that guy who breaks the last freaking second. Oh my god, I hope not. Those always scare me when people do that. Oh my god, you know, once when I was in school, my friend did that just to scare me because I was in her car and she was driving us to the marketplace and she was noticing that I was being really anxious, and so she fucking braked at the last second right before the light to fucking scare the living daylights out of me because there was no one behind us. And I was like, oh my god! And she was like, you're so funny. And I was like, oh my god. I thought you were gonna fucking... Like, I thought the car broke. She was like, no, you're fine. We're okay. She She wanted to make me freak out, which is fine. Oh my god, yeah, my color's purple. Eva, did you know my color's purple? I will try not to be the guy who breaks the last second, though. I would like to be the guy who also is assertive enough to know when to go at the four-way. Because the four-ways, whenever I was with my parents growing up at the four-way, holy shit, I was always like watching everyone go, and I was like always watching my parents try to make the decision on when to go, and every time I'd be like, oh, I don't know like how to know when you're supposed to go at the four-way, but my parents know, and I hope that when I learn to drive, I will be able to make the educated decision on when to go for the four-way, because sometimes people are not very considerate and they just keep going. The person on your right, the person on my right always goes first. Every time I see cars go at the four-way, I like to pretend to be them going, after you, sir. Oh yes, now after you, after you. Please don't be the guy merging into the highway a great deal under the speed limit. Oh my god, yeah! It's always scary at the freaking merging into the highway. And my mom always makes it this big deal because she's scared of the merge. And she goes, okay, are you ready? Are we ready? Are we ready? And then she starts speeding up and then she goes, and then I'm like, ah, and then we go. You can just wave them to go first. I do that often because I trust no one in the Midwest. Stop signs are optional. I feel like they're becoming optional everywhere scarily enough. Merging is so crazy to me. There's this one merging area near where I live that my friend, whenever she drives me from here, holy shit, it's so scary because people there love to speed, and so she's trying to merge. She wants to merge, but then she sees someone coming really, really fast at the merge area. And then so she's like, okay, we just have to wait till there's someone who's not fucking speeding so we can go, because I'm just gonna speed up, okay? It's gonna be a little bit scary. And she'll speed up so she can go, but like we always end up waiting for so long because some people just go stupid fast on the highway. Like I literally watch them like just speeding up and I'm like, can you let some people fucking merge? We just want to get on the fucking highway. Because they're like definitely going over the speed limit. You can hear it even, how much they're going above the speed limit. Hi, Fruity Booty, welcome! And it's always so scary because you're like, I feel like we could have gone like 7 cars ago if people would stop speeding. But yeah, Eve, I hope you had a good stream. We've just been like yapping because I'm waiting for my iPad to charge enough for us to drive. Drive? Draw. Holy jeez Louise. What's it called? What's it called? I like... Don't even know why, but my iPad's always fucking dying. And if you didn't draw my gecko, I can just draw your gecko if you send me the picture and you ask me to draw it. I would draw your gecko at any day, Eva. Just tell me what you want. Baby girl. I'll draw anything for you, baby girl. Don't worry, you got plenty of gecko fix wigs. Anything for you, baby girl. I love the life drawing for the pretty ladies. For the pretty ladies. Okay, before we draw anything though, I have to merge these into a pile. Because I cannot reveal that on stream. How do I do this again? I have to drag it back down. My favorite thing about when I draw on stream is I have to remember to put stuff into piles, because if I don't, then I reveal things I can't reveal yet, which is very fun. I showed you my gecko, please respond. Actual, true, real? That's my like biggest fear, is that I'm gonna do an art stream one day, and I'm gonna reveal something I'm not supposed to reveal because I forgot to merge it into a pile. I feel sometimes with music things too, when I open like my files for music. That's drywall? Yeah, drywall is that gecko. That gecko. L gecko. Spelled E-L, not like L. I know that like nowadays the kids say like L as in like big L, but I mean like as in L as in like E-L, like the. That just made me sound really old when I said that? Sorry, I didn't mean to. Did that just make me sound really old? Oopsie, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Kids these days saying big L, so I can't just say L as in the. So I want to plug this in, so I gotta plug this into my PC so it still is charging. Oh, and then make sure that this is off. Airplane mode is on. +1 unk point? Nah. L-Kids SMH my head is like that's not unk. That's like super cool. Like the kids say that nowadays. Fuck my dick. Sorgy accident. Just trying to move things. Oopsie daisy. Whenever I say something like that and I go whoopsie. Schwoopsie. Oh. Ooh. Okay. Clear. Clear. Saying kids these days, it was on the unk test. That is true. And I say it pretty often, to be honest. To be clear, to be transparent. I do say that a lot, actively. But it's necessary! How else will you know what I mean? It's the kids these days, am I right? Am I right? The kids these days. They just be saying anything and then being like, this is the way of the future. What is this? Where's my thing? When Toka goes oopsie daisy, it's Gat Boy. When she goes, oh fuck my dick. Look, I say a lot of old-timey phrases, I think. And like very like conservative, like moral compassy stuffsies. Like I say like golly gosh. I say gee willikers. But I also say fuck my dick, so it's like Gat Moe, I guess that's true. I guess it is kind of Gat Moe. What can I say? Sometimes you say gee willikers, sometimes you say fuck my dick. You know, it's like, what do you want? What can you say? What can you do? Sometimes the meanest thing I can think to say is, well, that's not very nice. Well, that's not very nice. And then sometimes I'm like, fucking bitch. So, it's just whatever you feel. Oh my god, it's whatever we feel. It's whatever we wanna do. It's whatever we feel. It's whatever we wanna do. It's the thing I wanna do. It's the thing I wanna do. I'm doing it. You know it's the thing I wanna do. It's the thing I wanna do. When you go, you're shitting on my dick. That's what I feel when I'm playing video games. Stop fucking shitting on my dick. I'm playing a video game and I want to win. Why are you bullying me? I'm trying to be the very best like no one ever fucking was. I'm fucking busy! Bro, Mike and X are so good. Why are they so juicy like that? They're like a better version of jelly beans. They're like so mega tasty. Have you guys had Mike and Ike's recently? Every time I have a fucking jelly bean on Mike and Ike, it's so good. I'm not even joking. When I have a good Mike and Ike, like one of the good flavors, because I don't like orange flavor, it is so delicious. It's delectable, I'll say. They're just so, like, flavorful. Like, a Mike and Ike has so much flavor in it. It's amazing. Cause like, if I'm eating a candy, if I'm spending my calories on a candy, that shit better be the most flavorful thing I've ever put in my fucking mouth. You know what I mean? And I mean that with 100% genuinity. If I am putting candy in my mouth because it's so fucking sugary, it's so high calorie, it better be so fucking good. I'm not wasting calories and sugar on a candy that tastes like bullshit. I want the candy to be the most flavorful, beautiful tasting, fruit flavored extravaganza I've ever had in my life, every single time. Otherwise, what's the point? What's the fucking point? It's so much not worth it otherwise. It's why when I looked at like when I looked at some of the candy today when I was at the store, I was like, not you. Not you. When I looked at the Laffy Taffy stick, I was like, that is such a small amount of Laffy Taffy for the price and how much like candy you actually get with it, because Laffy Taffies are supposed to last forever when you chew them, but they really don't. They actually disappear very quickly nowadays. So I said it was alcoholic beverages, that's true. That's why when I get alcoholic beverages, it's always a double shot well with cranberry juice. Low calorie, vodka, so it's still high alcohol but low calorie, and it's a double shot well because it's the cheapest per double for money. So best for calories, best for your general amount that you're gonna drink of it. Daniel, welcome! I'm good. How are you? I think of everything very mechanically, I realize. I think of things very mechanically. And well, I guess it's because like everything nowadays is so expensive, so you kind of have to think of everything with like that extra level of like, well, is it really worth it? Well, is it very worth it? With the price I'm paying nowadays, with how things are now, is it really worth it? You know? That's how I feel we are at this point in society. At this point in society. Pokemon Heart Gold! What is your team? I love Pokemon Heart Gold. I'm interested in a candy chocolate bar tiered list. I did one for Halloween last year, but those were all only Halloween candies. So I'd be interested in doing it again, but like with like regular candies. You can't keep saying not recognize this USB disc. Like, what the fuck do you want from me? Do I have to pull something out and then plug something else back in? I think I fixed it. Holy, I think I fixed it. I've streamed Pokemon. I've streamed a lot of Pokemon actually. I streamed a bunch of what's that game that's called that I streamed with Lemmy, the ROM hack? What's it called? I streamed a lot of that one Pokemon game with Lemmy. What is it called? Oh, it was really fun. Also really hard. Let me look. I have a playlist of it. I thought I did because it was like so long. We went to like part 11. Oh, part 11, right? Mods. We did. It was like a type of moemon though. It was oldest. Actually, it was one of our more popular streams with one of them. Yeah, it was Reborn. Pokemon Reborn. We did Reborn. With Moemon in it. But we did Pokemon Reborn, Moemon. Lemmy and I did that for like a bunch of streams. I think we got to like part 11 or 9 or something. And then I also streamed a bit of I streamed a bit of the newer Pokemon game, which was the ZA. I also did Pokemon Nurse Joy with Lemmy. I also did Pokemon WoW, Pokemon Gamma Emerald. I guess my only issue is I haven't finished a Pokemon game yet. I would like to though. I like Pokemon a lot. I actively really love Pokemon. I also really like Digimon. Oh my god, Digimon playthrough? Just joking, that would do horribly. I do want to do Pokemon Ranger one day. I really want to find a way to like actually get like a DS that I can like have that connects to my PC so I can actively do games like Pokemon Ranger. Because you can do Pokemon Ranger just on your PC totally legally with quotations with like your mouse, but I feel like that just wouldn't work that well, you know? I just feel like that would work really poorly. But apparently that does technically work. It just feels like so not the experience of it. But I've never tried it. So I guess you could possibly do it. I wouldn't be able to tell you. Both Pokemon Rangers were such fun games. They were! I really liked them. They're one of my favorites. As in terms of like Pokemon and stuff. Some of my absolute favorites. I think I played Pokemon Shadows of Omnia like 4 times growing up. I loved Shadows of Omnia. Shadows of Omnia was so epic. I also like the first one. I would say in order of my favorites from best to least, I would go Shadows of Omnia, then I would go the original Pokemon Ranger, and then I would go Guardian Signs. Because Guardian Signs was fun, the concept, but it wasn't as fun in my opinion for the story as Shadows of Omnia. I replaced my League of Legends addiction with Pokemon. Oh my god, that's crazy! Not the League of Legends addiction with Pokemon. I'm so happy for you, Brandon. That actually, I'm very proud of you. I'm very proud of you for that. I'm very proud. Don't even for live stream with interacting with the stream. I mean, the Lemmy VODs we did for Moemon were really funny. I think they were genuinely very funny for how long and kind of like tedious the game was. I think they were actually very funny. I'm honestly genuinely sad that I lost the files for that game when I transferred my PC over to this one from the old PC I had before Senbei built me this new one. Because we couldn't even continue the save file if we wanted to because it didn't transfer over. There was a lot of stuff There's a lot of stuff I actively lost from my old PC getting to this new one. But that's okay. I lost that and a bunch of old, like, totally not from, like, playing with a emulator. I lost basically, like, all my old emulator files when I got my new PC from Senbei. Just because, like, they just didn't, like, transfer. They're on the old drive. I don't even know how to get my old drive anymore. Sure, to be sure, you have a daily job plus streaming? What do you mean? Are you sure that I have it? Are you asking me, am I sure if I have a daily job plus streaming? I hope that I do. That'd be crazy. Can you actually, you know what? I hope that I don't, and I'm imagining it, and I just get paid a daily job, a salary from my job. Actually, I actually hope that I get paid by a mystery service, and I don't have to work for that other paycheck. I just get it. Actually, that'd be awesome. Actually, could that be my reality? I don't have a second job. I just get magically gifted money to the amount of having an hourly job that just appears in my bank every 2 weeks. I just get an imaginary paycheck from nobody. That would be so epic. Can you imagine? That'd be awesome. And I get benefits from it. This imaginary thing also gets me benefits for my health and my dental and my vision. That'd be so awesome. Guys, what can I say? The government just loves me so much. They just give me benefits and money in my account as if I work my job. But I don't have one because the government just hands it to me. Like I'm the favorite. I'm the favorite child. I just get free money. Again, one of those two. I'm so sorry. I don't know how I got that benefit. It just appeared out of nowhere. Hi, Penny. Yeah, I'm a full-time streamer with a lucid dream about having a desk job. Hi, Penny. Welcome. I love you, Penny. No, I wish that I didn't have a part-time job / soon-to-be full-time job. That would be awesome. That'd be so epic. I just made enough money from streaming that I didn't need one, and I could just get healthcare, and I could afford to pay for healthcare without having a second job. That'd be awesome. Unfortunately, health insurance is really expensive. In fact, I was looking up the price for whenever I leave this job so that I can, like, you know, move back and stuff. I was looking at how much price it is to pay into my job's health insurance. You know how everyone gets like health insurance basically when you leave a job, you can pay into the health insurance for like 12 months basically. So I was looking into it, and it basically would take for the level of health insurance I get from my job to leave it and then pay into it. The price would basically be almost my entire paycheck per month to pay for that health insurance, to keep the amount that I get right now from my job. Isn't that crazy? Almost my entire month's paycheck to pay for health insurance. No fucking way. Because for the job I have, I get very good health insurance, so to pay into the, like, Cobra of it, I'd have to pay basically almost my whole month's rent just for that. My whole month's paycheck for that. Super awesome and epic. Brings me joy. I cry. So, anyway, I wish. Health insurance is so expensive. It is really better worth it to just have a job so you have health insurance. Unfortunate. Society, as they say, puts my arms up. Society! Puts my hands in the air. Society! Toki, you don't make $10,000 a month from YouTube? Yeah, I fucking wish. That'd be crazy. I wish I made even a quarter of the fucking money I make from my IRL job per month with streaming. That'd be awesome. Even a quarter would be super helpful. That's weird. I thought we all made a minimum of 10k a month. Oh my god, I wish. That'd be super epic. That would be super epic goated with the sauce. As they say. That's what the kids say still, right? They didn't stop saying that. They still say that? They say that to me. The kids also say that to me. They all say goated with the sauce and stuff. I went to look at new health insurance recently and everything was like 3 times the prices of my current plan. That makes sense! That makes sense! In this economy, oh, it makes sense! Smiles! Super epic awesome! Health insurance, rent, all of it makes it so much money! Thinking about having to pay for the studio apartment so I can be here until I get my surgery literally is driving me insane. Because the amount that it takes to rent a studio apartment in my area is just so expensive that I hate thinking about it. It's literally almost my entire paycheck per month just to pay for a studio apartment. I am very lucky that my mother is helping me because I would have no money to get food. It's so awesome. Smiles. It's so super epic. I remember the first time that I got hit with how expensive it is to live in the world. I was 16. Sorry, 16. I'm not to break your kayfabe. Sorry, zips my kayfabe jacket down so that I can break my kayfabe for a second. Don't worry, I'll zip it back up. Zips my kayfabe jacket down. Zips it all down. The first time I remember thinking about things was when I was 16 and I was looking at colleges for the first time. And I thought about what's life gonna be like after college. So, as a 16-year-old, I look into the price of rent and the price of what it generally is to get food per month, pay electricity, Wi-Fi, and the price for like parking, car insurance, gas, and health insurance. And I added all of that up, and I had it in front of me as a number. And then I looked up the minimum wage for a full-time job. Okay? Like a normal full-time minimum wage job. And I saw the amount you make per month and the amount that you have to pay per month. And I started sobbing. And I started sobbing in the kitchen as a 16-year-old. And my mom came out and she was like, Toka, why are you crying? And I was like, Mom, I'm gonna be homeless! And she was like, what do you mean you're gonna be homeless? You live in our house right now. And I was like, there is no way I'm gonna get a job where I can pay to live. I'm gonna be homeless. I'm never gonna make enough money to live ever. And she was like, oh my goodness, calm down. And she like and she like came and she called my dad, and then they had like a discussion with me about how like people start to save their money and like what it means to like start to build your career up from the ground, and like how to like sort of actually think about all of these different payments and what loans are and things like that. But I was literally like a 16-year-old thinking about college and thinking about having to pay to live on my own, and I was literally like, is it even worth sending me to go to college? Like, I'm never gonna live. Like, I might as well just die now. And they were like, oh my gosh, Toka, calm down. I had like a full like breakdown crash out at 16 thinking about the price of living. And the economy was even better back then. The economy was so much better back then. Like, cost of living was literally cheaper than it is right now. And I had like a full on crash out about it. I was like, I don't even understand. I was like, literally like, are we going homeless? Like, how are we paying for our bills? Like, there's no way. And they were like, well, that's why you save for things, Toka. They were like, that's why, you know, your mother and I have been putting aside money for a long time to make sure that our family is sustainable. And like, I couldn't like even like conceptualize it when I was younger. Like, the thought of it was like world crashing to me. And I like full on crashed out. I was like, I don't know how anyone is able to afford anything, even breakfast. Yeah, I mean, a lot of my friends, like when I was in college, because I was lucky enough to live with like 2 roommates that I really loved and like was friends with, right? But a lot of my friends, like one of my friends, him and his 2 friends, and one other friend from like a different degree, they all lived in a 2-bed, 2-bath, an hour commute from our college. Okay, I visited them once for a party. I did not want to go out there because it's so far, but I visited once, and it was literally 1 bedroom. The master bedroom was stripped into 2 with a curtain so that 2 of them could be in there, and then one of them had the small, like almost like closet-sized bedroom that they said was a bedroom in this 2-bath. And then one of them slept in the living room with a curtain, and then when it was the daytime, they would just strip their sheets and open the curtain so everyone could use the living room. And one bathroom was like a half bath, and one of them was an actual bath. So they didn't even have like 2 full bathrooms. They had like half bath and 1 full. So the girls got the full bath, and then the boys had the half bath. And it was like so fucking crazy. And I was so lucky when I saw that like my 2-bed, 2-bath that my friends and I shared, that was a 3 of us in one place, that we all had like slight parent support to help with our necessities on top of it, because like there was no other way that we'd be able to like afford that within a like 20-minute commute from our college. Because it's like rent was already so expensive, and now it's even more expensive. I remember a studio for the size that I'm applying for soon used to cost a lot less than it costs right now. I'll tell you that. It used to cost a lot less from what I remember when I was looking at studios, because I always lived with roommates. So it's the first time I'll be living alone. But like I don't remember them being this expensive for the size that it is like 4 years ago. I really don't. Kind of insane. I don't remember it being this crazy. Like, why is it so expensive? It's not even that cool. It's not even that cool, guys. Why is it so expensive? Like, there is an apartment complex, like, okay, well, there's several. There are several apartment complexes when I was looking for ones where the price for an apartment, these are like micro studios, okay? These are like 150 square feet apartments, okay? 150 square apartment. 1,700 per month. I've seen about 5 of these when I was looking for apartments that fit my qualifications of what I wanted. There were apartments, obviously I'm not living there. That is so small. I'm going cheaper and bigger. But like, I saw several apartment complexes that were like, visit our luxury micro studios, 150 square feet for 1,700 per month. 150 square feet per month for 1,700k? Why would I ever pay 1.7k per month to live in 150 square feet? That's like, and I looked at the images, right, and it's like, and you can fit a twin bed in here, and it has a microwave and a sink. What? I'm not paying to do that. I could beg a friend to sleep on their floor for that much money. Like, who lives there? This is like a luxury apartment? Like, they didn't even have kitchenettes. They literally just had sinks and microwaves. And they were charging 1,700 per month. I saw several of them. I even saw one that was 2K. 150 square feet? Who lives there? What rich-ass people are choosing to live in a scenario like that? If I could pay for $2,000 a month for an apartment as the base price without any extra utilities, I would be living in a one-bedroom apartment at that point. There was no way that I would want to live in a micro studio for 150 square feet when I could live in a one-bed, one-bath. Because there are literally one-bed, one-baths in my area for 2K, basically. Why in the world would I do the same price for a 150 square foot apartment complex? And I know there are people who love micro studios, but like, what's wrong with you? Genuinely, I genuinely want to know. Like, I feel like if you like micro studio living, and you're gonna be willing to pay almost $2,000 to live there, in what world are you like, I would rather live in a micro studio than a one bed? Genuinely, like, I just can't like conceptualize that. Like, in what type of mental illness is like, I want to live in this fucking shoebox versus an actual apartment? You know what I mean? Because I know there's gotta be people like that. No, they don't have bed and baths inside, right? They have like the bedroom, the sink, and the microwave, and then you have like a shared bathroom area. Like, I genuinely think when I see stuff like that, I'm like, there is someone who can afford a whole one bed, one bath with whatever you're fucking charging right now for that micro studio. What sort of mental illness makes you go, I don't need a one bed, one bath. I need a micro studio. In what world? You couldn't beg me to do that. If I had the money for a one bed, one bath, I would have a one bed, one bath. I wouldn't be living in a fucking studio. Because why wouldn't you want the ability to have a bedroom and a living room? You know what I mean? Why wouldn't you want that? I just checked the one bed, one bath apartments near me are going down to 900. That's so cheap, bro. I wish. I know, right? If I'm gonna pay 1,700 a month, no way I'm sharing a fucking bathroom with other tenants. If I'm paying 1,700 for an apartment, I better have laundry, in-unit, all new appliances, a bedroom, like a bathtub. Like, I better have the shebang. Okay? There ain't no way I'm sharing with other people at that point. But I mean, I also was watching this video of like the most expensive small like stuff for like studio in New York, and there was literally like these two girls who were in that documentary where they were paying 1,500 per month for a 2-bed, 1-bath in, I think like somewhere in New York, and it was literally like so small that their bedrooms held a full bed and standing space, so they could walk around each corner of their bed, but they had to use the surrounding area of the circumference of their full bed to hang their clothes, so they could barely stand up. And they didn't even have room in their fucking bedrooms to change their clothes. They had to finagle their way lying down on their beds to change their clothes in their rooms, and they were paying for this. Each of them paying $1,500 per month. They had enough room for a love seat in the living room and a rug, and then the like kitchenette. And that one literally was like they had a hallway where they could only do standing in front of the kitchen. They couldn't even stand behind each other. And then they had like a long hallway, and they had a dog in the apartment. I was like, that's crazy to pay that much money for that little. There's gotta be other places for that, bro. There's no fucking way. Because that means they're paying basically like $3,000 plus a month to live in basically not even enough room to stand in and change your clothes. For $3K? There's gotta be another way. 1 bed, 1 bath, 700 feet. 2 bed, 2 bath is 1,000. Yeah. When it comes to New York, you're better off living right outside the city than commuting in. I mean, I agree. I just think it's so insane. Like, how? There are so many people where I'm like, why would you even do that to yourself? There's gotta be another way. Like, I'd rather live in a bigger apartment and sleep in the living room and then just take my sheets off so everyone can use the living room during the day. You know what I mean? I mean, I can't do that because I'm a streamer now, but if I wasn't a streamer, I'd be fine with that, you know? I mean, there was also like an apartment I looked at where it was literally like a fucking, what do you call those beds where it's like you can drag it up and then drag it down? What are they called? I forget what they're called. It's like, it looks like a closet, but it's actually a bed, and you can put the bed up during the day. A Murphy bed! Yes, a Murphy bed. I saw a 250 square foot apartment with a Murphy bed. Okay? And it was going for $1,778 per month. With the Murphy bed. It was barely enough room to pull down the Murphy bed. You would have the Murphy bed plus, like, the Murphy bed is installed in the apartment, so you can't take it out. Like, you can't just have a closet there. You have to have the Murphy bed there that looks like a closet, but it's not a closet. And you're just pulling down. And then, like, in the pictures, they were so funny, because it's like they pulled it down, and in the pictures, it was like, as you pull this Murphy bed down, it ends right before the window, and then you have the, like, the kitchenette. And it's like, so I have, like, 1 foot of space to use the kitchenette, and then I have like a standing shower bathroom. I'm paying like basically my whole like paycheck per month to enter a space where I have my streaming desk, and then I can use the space, but then at night I have to push my streaming desk off the wall, send it against the fucking kitchen, pull down my Murphy bed, scramble onto the Murphy bed, and every morning I have to push the Murphy bed back up so that I can use my desk during the day. I'm like, what? Who fucking lives there? There's no room for even a couch. What's the point of having a Murphy bed if when you pull it down every night you have to push all of your furniture out into like the hallway, or like hopefully have collapsible furniture so you can use the Murphy bed? What's even the point? Just don't even have a Murphy bed and have a twin bed, and then use different appliances around the space so you have more space. Like, at that point, you're just losing space by having a full Murphy bed, you know? You might as well have different bed. Might as well just sleep on the fucking floor at that point, honestly. I'd rather just have a couch that folds down into a futon. Because I had friends like that too in college. When I was in college, I had friends where they were sharing... it was actually kind of crazy. I had 3 friends that shared a studio in college, okay? Kind of crazy. 3 friends sharing a studio. They had one of those things where it's like a twin bed and then there's like a pull-out at the bottom. And so what they did was they also had like one couch that was a futon that became a twin. So the 3 of them had... it was like in the studio, one was a twin bed, and the under bed that you could pull out to be like an actual like second bed would come out every night. So it's like they push that one in during the day. So there's a twin bed in the living room, and then in the couch in the living room is also one of their beds. And then they had the kitchenette area, and they would leave to come to school. And when they would go to bed at night, they would go back to the studio, pull out the bed from underneath, and then make the couch into a bed, and then the 3 of them would sleep in that studio living room. And it was so full, like there was no space otherwise. And I was like, is it even worth it? And like they liked it because they were a 7-minute walk from campus, but I was like, is it even worth it? There's no privacy, there's no space. Like, I lived like a 20-ish minute walk from campus, but I was like, at least had my own room. Like, it was a small room, but it was a room, you know? Like, I liked that. When I lived with my friends, like, they shared the big master room because it was really big. So you could fit like two, like, the master bedroom in the first apartment I lived in, my friends shared it, right? But they had 2 twin beds in there, but also 2 full dressers. And they had like 2 full closets and like a 2-person sink and like a full bathtub. So it was like a pretty big space. It was a good chunk of the apartment was like their master bedroom. And then like my my side bedroom was kind of small, but like at least I had my own bed and stuff, and I had my own closet. It was also very funny because my bedroom had like, it was right next to the communal bathroom, because like they had a bathroom inside of their like master bedroom, but mine was like there's a like full bath and like toilet and stuff, but also when people visited they used the bathroom that was like next to my bedroom because it was outside of my bedroom and no one had to enter my bedroom to use it. But I had a child gate because my friend in college, the one that I went to school, like was in my class, she had like OCD and she couldn't deal with the sound of my cat exploring the apartment at night because it gave her anxiety, which is fine. So what we did was we had a child gate, and then I also had like a net that would go across the hallway to the bathroom and my bedroom. And I would put it up at night. I would hook it up at night so my cat couldn't jump over and like go through the living room area. But when we would have parties, because people were getting really drunk at the parties we were having at my apartment, like the child gate was still up, and so sometimes people would be so drunk they would open the gate, because it was like ones where you could swing out a gate and then step over like a tiny little like piece of metal to go to the bathroom. And people would get really drunk and they would forget that there's a step, and they would stub their toes and they would fall face first onto the fucking hardwood. And it would always be so fucking funny to me, because in my head, you know, because I live there and that's my cat, I was like really like naturally used to, like I never fell over it, because in my head I always knew that there was that piece of like step that I had to go over to get to my room. But people would forget, and so I would just be like, we'd all be like hanging out in the living room, and we would just hear like a and I'd be like, did you fall? And then the person would go, yeah. I'd be like, I'm sorry, bro. And they'd be like, no worries. And then they would go to the bathroom. But it'd always be so funny because we would have like these big like theater kid parties, and then like someone would fucking fall flat on their fucking face because they'd be drunk and they wouldn't see the fucking step after they opened the gate to where my side of the apartment was. And it was always so fucking funny because you could like hear it, and you could, and like they would fall and you could hear like, you could like physically feel and hear the like sigh of like, I'm such a fucking dumbass. Because they would just like, you could hear them be like and then they would get up and then go to the bathroom because they would know that they were a fucking idiot, because they literally had to open the childproof gate to get to that part, because I would always have the childproof gate locked, right? So they would open the childproof locked gate and they would forget to take a step over it, and they would just fucking fall. But it was super awesome. And it was always very funny to me because the what do you call the my room when we'd have parties at my apartment was always like the I mean, I guess at this point I would call it the autism room. I would call it the autism room, because I would get really overstimulated when we would throw parties, so there was always like a time where I would need to just go into my room and like just decompress and like hang out for a second and just like vibe and not have people talking to me. And so I would have a sign on my door that would be like, quiet cat room, because I'd also lock my cat into the room whenever it was like party time, because people would enter and exit the apartment. I didn't want her to like run outside, so it'd just be like a quiet room with like, I would have my like my essential oils like thing going that would like connect, and it would connect my phone, so I could just play music from it. And then my cat would be in there, and so I would just sit in there sometimes, and then people would like enter and just sit in there whenever they just wanted to like hang out. No one ever made out in my room, at least to what I know, because I would check consistently because I didn't want people to make up out in my room. It was just for sitting. If you were overstimulated, don't fucking do anything weird in my room. It's just in case you're overstimulated. Just you can sit in there. Sometimes people would just sit in there and talk if they wanted to talk quietly. Because it would get really noisy. And that was really bad for my neighbors because sometimes people were really noisy at night. Because we were all theater kids, sometimes we'd sing. So every time we would have the parties, I would always try to make it on like Friday. And then I would walk over to my neighbors and I would put like different notes on their doors letting them know we were gonna have a party on Friday. I don't want to be disrespectful, you know? I know that like you guys deserve to not have people being annoying on the weekends. So I always try to let my neighbors know at least 5 days in advance. So I didn't want to get a noise complaint, and thankfully we never did. Even though I thought we were kind of annoying. Even though I think I'm still annoying. Because sometimes I'll do karaoke late at night. I've never once had a noise complaint, ever. Kind of a miracle if you ask me. I feel like I'm really fucking annoying. But we've never had a noise complaint. That's awesome. But okay. I'm going to quickly be right back, and then we'll actually draw the Chekis, okay? But I'll be back in 1 second. Oh, cocoon! Oh, cocoon. Hello. Oh my god, guys, you know what also came in the mail today? Sorry, I'll send this up while I talk about it. One of the things that came in the mail today was I got my Pachi. Oh, that's the wrong button. Fuck. I got my Pachi plush. My Pachi plush came in the mail. I have Pachi. Pachi plush. Pachi plush. And it's cute because I back when I actually thought I'd be able to move back in time to be home by the holidays. Because I originally, you know, like I think I told you guys, I had planned to move back to my mom by the winter. Like I actually had plans before I found out I needed to have this surgery, that I would be back with my mom by by the winter already. So I pre-packaged all of my plushes, thinking that I was gonna move back. So all of my stuff was already sealed away. So I don't have any plushes anymore because I put them all in air sealed bags and I had them all packed up because I thought I was moving. But that didn't happen, haha. So but then I ordered the Pachi plush and it just came in. So I actually have my Pachi plush. And she's so cute and so perfect. And now I have Pachi to be my plush. So I have my Pachi plush. It just came in today. I'm very happy with it. It's so cute. I want to have a Toka plush that looks like that because I think it's such a good size. It's like big for the price. I thought it was gonna be really small. It's huge, guys. My Pachi plush is like the size of like a like it's like as tall as a ruler basically. And it's so big and cute and I'm really happy with it. And for the price, it was like $35. Like that's a phenomenal price for a plush that big. I've paid more for stuff smaller for anime merch, so. And it's personalized like just like her outfit. Very, very perfect. Yeah, it's like a 30 cm plush. Very, very cute and perfect. I'm a huge fan. The Manu that Pachi went through was pretty fucking phenomenal, I'll tell you that. But I'm very happy with it. Life just doesn't work the way we want, don't it, huh? Y'all, life just don't work that way sometimes, I guess. Sometimes I guess it just don't work that way. Laughs, smiles, giggles, chortles. I really did think, like, a couple months ago I'd be back home by December. Unfortunate. But if I don't take my time with the surgery I have to get this fall, then I might have some bad health consequences, so... It's just how it's gonna be. It's just how it's gonna have to fucking be. Smiles, laughs. There we go. I think Brandon liked this one a lot. Especially for Crybaby with sunglasses and a trumpet. I feel like this works really well for that. There we go. And I think I've been signing with a... Oh, I forget if it's... Well, I mean the Sailor Food looks really good normally as a mimic brush. Yeah, I think this is a pretty good one. Even if it's not the one I normally use, I think it's pretty good. I feel like June is like such a rough... Like, well, June and May have been like such rough months for the SVP girls. It's very funny. Not funny. I mean, it's not funny, but it's like funny in like the haha laughs. In like the haha laughs dies inside way. I feel like April through June has been pretty sucky. It's fine though, I guess. Well, it was kind of rough before that. I mean, it's not like, it's just, you can't really pick what happens in life, can you? Can you? You can't really pick what happens in your life. It just kind of happens to you and you react to it accordingly and do your best with what you get, you know? One of my favorite things to think about is, I don't know if you guys know Susical the musical. Guys, I'm really one of those people who's like, let me talk about something slightly depressing. Now let me bring up a musical as a reference. I'm really like, you know, life really fucking sucks sometimes. You know, like in Susuko the musical. The fuck do I mean? So like in Susuko the musical. I have to go eat now, but have a nice dream. Have a nice sleep, Neko. I'll dream of owning one of your Cheki one day. Thanks, Neko. Can you imagine, guys, next year on my donathon for my birthday, I'm like, for women, you get a Cheki for $5 limited slots. I'm like, and if women get it for $5, men get it for $15. But that's true. That's how I get more women viewers, ain't it? That's how I bring up the statistics. Like, you know, with my viewership where it's like 70% men, 40%, 30% women. I'm like, I need to bring up my statistics. Let me do a donathon where for women it's cheaper than men. That's one way to bring up your statistics of viewership. I think my membership viewership is still a very similar statistic. It's like mostly men with some women. You know, I just have to give Aineko a benefit because she's the minority of my viewership. It's just a part of my marketing strategy, you know? But like, for real, it's like, it's literally— oh! That was such a pleasing sound. I like opening like drinks near my mic because I think it just sounds really like, it just sounds so good. It's so sizzly and good. But like 99.94 real viewership. I think mine's higher now. It used to be a little bit worse. I would like it if I could get to having like 40% women viewership. That would bring me joy. What do I gotta do? Create an altar? Click my heels? But like, for real, I like, what's it called? It's like, I genuinely, without any shame, think about fucking Susuko the musical on a daily. Because in Susuko the musical, they say things can be worse. I'm like, wait, I gotta find this song so I can send it to my chat so you guys can have it. Tell yourself how lucky you are. Like, genuinely, I listen to this when I'm fucking sad, okay? Don't fucking laugh at me, because then I'll cry. Well, I won't cry, but I'll be sad that you are judging me for my comfort song. But you can laugh if you want to. I genuinely listen to this when I'm sad. You can laugh at me if you want to, but I'll think you're a bully. So don't do it. But you also can, you're allowed to. Just don't tell me. I love Susuko the musical. It's one of my comfort musicals. Like, what good lyricism, you know? When your life's going wrong, when the fates are unkind, when you're limping along and get kicked from behind, tell yourself how lucky you are. Why decry a cloudy sky, an empty purse, a crazy universe? My philosophy is simply things could be worse. So be happy or here, think of life as a thrill, and if worse comes to worse, and we all know it will, thank your lucky star, you've gotten this far.
You know? Because, like, at the end of the day, as sad as things can be and as hard and stressful as life can be, I've always got things to be thankful for. So, even when things are bad and it's hard to get through, I've always got things to be thankful for. So there's, it could always be worse. If that makes sense, is my mindset of life, or it's how I like to think about life. No matter how bad things get, no matter how much I get stressed about things like having to figure out how to pay certain bills, or figure out how to do certain things, or figure out how to do this hard thing, or something bad happens to me, or I'm really stressed about this thing, or if this thing goes bad, I'm always thankful for certain things because life could always be worse. So, I'm thankful for what I do got. I've got a roof over my head. I've got the security of a meal. So, it'll be okay. That's what I always say. Because I've had friends where, like, one of my friends once asked me if she could sleep in a car in the parking lot of my garage from my house. Because she was worried she wasn't going to have my apartment at the time. Because she was worried she wasn't going to have home security at all. And when I remember very vividly when that happened, and I thought to myself, thank gosh, I've got an apartment where I could offer her to sleep in the garage. And when I was in high school, I had a friend who had a really bad family, and she was worried she was going to get killed by them. And she asked if she could sleep over at my place. And I thought to myself, thank goodness I've got a safe house for someone to take a refugee in if they need to. So I always think to myself, how lucky I am for what I've got, because it could always be worse. Things could always be worse. And it doesn't discount my feelings when I'm sad. Because, you're always allowed to be sad, but thank goodness it's not worse. That's how I like to think of it, Because even when I'm sad, I'm like, oh, of course you're sad because something bad's happening to you. But thank goodness it ain't worse than what it is. Because even a rich and wealthy person with the most benefits from life can still be depressed. Depression doesn't discriminate based on that. But thank goodness that person still has got a place to stay and a safe place to cry, That's how I think of it. Because even safe places to cry can be rare. I remember when I was growing up, Crybaby with sunglasses and a trumpet. When I was growing up, I wasn't really allowed to cry. So I'm always thankful when I have spaces now to cry. Because when I was younger, I was not supposed to cry because crying was bad. So I'm always thankful now when I have a place to cry. If I even cry, I don't cry that much. It's part of my lore, and it's also true. Normally when I do cry though, I try to cry in the shower so no one hears me. Hazukashi. I was raised to think of crying as hazukashi. Embarrassing. Whoa, ew. Because my family just doesn't cry. Oh, this is not good. Ayah. But I'm thankful for the capacity to have a place to cry. Better to have a place to cry than to not cry, in my opinion. Should be up, because trumpet go up. Trumpet go up. My family always thought of crying as very shameful. What do you have to cry for? I think it's because we were also very much that mindset of, how lucky you are. Like, my family was always like, well, you have a place to sleep and you have food security, so how dare you cry? Life isn't that bad for you. You could, if you were to need a place to sleep, you always have a place to sleep. How could you want more than that? How could you be upset at us when we offer you the capacity to have a place to sleep at night? There are many people who don't have a place to sleep at night. So why are you so sad? which is true in some capacity. It's not very empathetic, which is why my mindset is very different, because I went to therapy. LOL. Because I went to therapy and my family didn't. So I have a different viewpoint because I went to therapy. Ha. Because sometimes your children go to therapy. LOL, crazy. But I often think of it as like a way to view both sides of the coin, you know? Because every opportunity we have to think about things gives us new perspectives on our opinions on stuff, you know? Or at least I try to think of it like that. And it is definitely based on like emotional past and stuff too, I think, a little bit, because I know my mother's parents had a very harsh upbringing, and so did my father's. Basically, you know, like, it's like era vibe. Like the toughness of having to deal with past stuff. Like my mother's side, my grandmother had a very, very harsh upbringing where, like, when they would complain about things or they would cry, my great-great-grandfather would, like, grab one of my grandmother's siblings by the hair and, like, push their hair into the fire in their fireplace to teach them to stop complaining. And their hair would catch fire. And he'd pull them out and then make sure that their hair didn't actually catch too much to flame. And so they were very traumatized and stuff. So I think it makes a lot of sense to me that a lot of my grandma's side and my mother's side had that, like, upbringing of a little bit more harshness, because my great-grandfather was kind of a little bit on the wacko crazy side. So I think, like, everyone is what do you call, a subject of their circumstance. Trumpet. It was a very interesting story I always heard when I was growing up. Because they'd always be like, if like I ever said anything and someone would be like, well, just be thankful your mother's not like our grandfather, because, you know, our grandfather used to hold our hair into the fire. And I'd be like, you know what? I am thankful. You know what? I am thankful. Me, I do feel that thankfulness and that joy. At the 6 Beats playlist? Well, the playlist, I want to say this. The playlist is from... It's by Moonlit BGM Factory. All of their music is non-copyright. It's all free. Moonlit BGM, spelled... Moon.lit. They're for free on YouTube. Oh shit, my dick, I spelled it wrong. There we go. Very sick nasty. But I like using their music for, like, everything, so... Hi! Welcome, King! You went... Brandon, if I draw a trumpet bad, don't laugh at me. I'm trying my best. Try my best with this reference. Try my best. Perspective is pretty hard, but I'm trying. Perspective. And this has the mouthpiece. Okay. Ever had that moment where your eyes feel very tired with your bonders? Yes, all the time. All the time. I feel like I genuinely do get tired pretty easily, but also my mind doesn't get tired, so I don't sleep very well most nights. But even when I do get good sleep, I tend to have very bad nightmares all the time. I get very bad nightmares. Rena knows this. I talk about my nightmares all the time. Even when I do get good sleep, my nightmares are pretty bad. I get pretty bad nightmares most of the time. I'm very anxious. I just think I don't appear that way. think it's the years of therapy. I've been told by many that they think I seem very, very, like extremely stable and like very normal, which is very kind. I like to think that too. I like to think all the years of therapy have paid off, and I'm very, very normal, and it appears that way all the time, and I never seem weird, and I never seem like someone who would ever be not mentally 100% stable. That's what I like to tell myself. Maybe that's cope, but I believe it to my full-heartedness. Yeah. This is I'm making a trumpet. Aloof? At least that seems cool. Do I seem aloof? I guess I do sometimes. I try to be a little bit personable. But I do also try to like... I'm trying to find a good mix between trying to be personable but also not say enough about me where I still don't dox myself. Because I feel like if I say too much, then I'll accidentally dox myself by saying something really revealing about where I live and stuff, you know? Because the thing is, I also can't... The thing is, I can't, like, what'd you call? I can't reveal too much about... The thing about doxing stuff, when you think about it in terms of figuring out how to say what, is like, if I plan to move back to where I grew up, which is true, I do plan to do that because I want to move back with my mom. I can't say too much about where I grew up because then it's pretty obvious where I grew up, right? So then it's like you have to think about where you might want to mention in the future so you can't be too obvious about where you used to live. Because even when chats are like, we're super chill, like we would never care or be weird about it, you know, you never know about like the one stranger person who might not be super chill. That's how I feel about a lot of things. It's like I could be very personable and say a lot of things about where I grew up, but also like there could always be that one weird person who's not super chill, and so you don't want to be too cheerful about stuff, you know? Because even if the majority is super chill and normal, there could always be that one person who's not chill and normal, and then it's gonna ruin the fun for everyone. So better not to share that in the first place, you know? Which is the sad thing about online stuff, isn't it? That is the sad part about online stuff. It's what always confuses me when a celebrity shares something really personal, because I'm like, wow, you're really hoping that no one's creepy, huh? You know what I mean? So like, my figure skating Oshi, like all figure skaters, they always have to rep where they came from, and like they have to share what rink they train at, right? So like, if you're a very famous figure skater, you have to say where you started training as a kid, and you have to say where you currently train at now. And in my head, with the VTuber mind, I'm like, that's insane. Like, I'm not really supposed to give even too many hints about like what type of weather I get per year. Like, no fucking way. I mean, well, it's like how like a lot of big name like content creators, like, you know, Ludwig and stuff, like they all say where they live. They all live in LA, and they all mention they live in LA, and they do live in LA. It's and just, you know, they have to like they just I guess they just hope that they don't get stalkers, or they just have like the dream of hoping that nothing bad happens. Have security? No, I mean, like, it's like how Valkyrie, you know, she almost got attacked at that carnival she went to last year when she did a live stream there. Like, people just be saying where they live, and they just be hoping no one fucking kills them, I guess. Because I mean, like, I guess you could hope and just pray that like everyone's normal, or they just at least at the very least will just only stalk you and not kill you. But like, you know, like, there's that one content creator last year who died in Asia, where the one viewer followed her and then, like, became her friend kind of, and then killed her. And it's like, just crazy to me that anyone trusts anyone with information nowadays after stuff like that, you know? Like, I used to post willy-nilly in my IRL accounts, and even if I didn't become a VTuber, now with all of the information that's come out about people, I just don't know how anyone could trust anything anymore. You know what I mean? With all the bad stuff that's been coming around. Like, I just don't know how you could want to do it. Like, you know, like, because sometimes I'm like, well, would my life be different if I was a face streamer? But then I hear a story like that and I'm like, well, thank gosh I'm not a face streamer. Because when I started VTubing, it was more like, I liked the thought of being an anime girl, and I don't want to have to take care of my appearance to have to stream, and I want to create music as a character. But like, nowadays, I'm like, damn. I don't know why you'd want to be a face streamer. Like, it's so scary, the thought that people might know where you live. Because some people are just kind of crazy, bro. People just be doing things, you know? Because it's never about the minority that's not crazy. It's always about that one random person who's crazy enough to be weird, you know what I mean? Like, in an ideal world, I could like say where I live and like do a bunch of like really cool. Oh my freaking god, I hate iPads. Can you just full screen again? Why are you doing that? Fucking annoying. Why do you do that? Then I have to like think about how to use my iPad again. Even more daring are people that do IRL stream walking around just basing on hopes and prayers no one psycho shows up. I know, right? Where Toka lives. Yeah, I live with my lives in the Stellarverse, specifically Yui's place. It's called, what is it called? Usachi Suites. I live in Usachi Suites. Specifically, I live in Usachi Suites, guys. Pay no attention to the fact that Yui streams in EST and that I stream in PST. I live in Usachi Suites, guys. Zips my kayfabe back up. Oh my god, I forgot to zip my kayfabe back up when I dropped it down earlier. Zips my kayfabe back up. Zips it back up. Oh my god, I forgot about that. I'm so sorry I forgot to zip my kayfabe back up. That must have really traumatized you. Sorry. Yes, time flows differently in this Stellarverse. For real, for real. Must be a mansion if it covers 3 time zones. I know, right? It's the hugest house in the world. We live in the hugest house in the world. You know, it's Serena's clock. The one I gave her. I just programmed it. You know, it's like House Moving Castle, where the house just like lives in all 3 time zones at once, where like, you know, you can just switch off where you want to drop off at any given time. The house that we live in is like House Moving Castle. It's like Serena's clock. I gave it to her and it powers it, and it just like, we can drop off whenever we want. Oh my god! You know a really funny fan art I was thinking about, actually, because of Yui's whole thing with hockey? You want to know about a really funny fan art I was thinking about? Say yes. Someone say yes. Okay. So, because Yui's really into hockey right now, right? No, I'm not dunking on her. This is a funny fan art. I was like, imagine funny fan art, right? Where it's like Yui reacting to hockey, and it's her in like a wife beater t-shirt and like very masculine clothes. She's like drinking a beer, watching the hockey game, and she's like, just fucking get it in the hole! You know, like her tweet that she did? And then it's me on the other panel watching figure skating with a glass of wine and wearing like a very feminine outfit, being like, she popped her jump! And the meme is like the duality of ice sports, where it's her like with her beard watching hockey, being masked about it, being like, fucking get it in the hole, and me with my feminine figure skating being like, I can't believe she popped her jump. I was like, that's the most fucking funny ass shit ever. Because I can just imagine Yui and I in like a shared house watching our ice sports in different rooms. Even though hockey is right now, which is right after, like it's right during figure skating, which is like figure skating off season, which is why it's happening. Because they can't do that in the same time. Have a good night, no. Have a good sleep. The forbidden backflip. That's literally figure skating, but when men do backflips currently. I only watch hockey highlights because of the Yui tweet. She was live tweeting to me today. I got the live tweeting. When the teams do bad, Yui tells me. She was live tweeting to me today while hockey was happening, being like, Toka, you don't understand. The team's doing really bad right now. Because she really wanted Carolina to win. So funny. She did not want Vegas to win is what she told me. She did not want Vegas to win. So we were voting, we were hooting and hollering for Carolina today. That's what she told me. And I said, yes ma'am. I asked her, Huey, which teams you want me to root for? And she told me which ones, and I said, yes ma'am. And I rooted for the teams that Yui wanted to fucking win.
Thank you for the offer.
You know?
Baby.
Now a spicy fan art of Toka and Yui's favorite hockey jersey. That's really fun. I actually like that. Thank you, King, for the $5. Thank you. You know, I would do anything to get her attention. Yui, pay attention to me. Toka comes to your door and she says that. I say, pay attention to me. What do you do? What if I came to your door and I went, pay attention? What would you do? You'd be scared, wouldn't you? Scary. Ooh. Crazy. Oh my god. Oh, save it. You don't want Toka to show up at your door. I have the violent mental illness where I only do ASMR of violence. Can't tell you what's wrong with me. I'm really normal and super safe, guys. I'm not mentally unwell ever. I'm really, really normal and I'm not scary. And you think I'm super, super normal! Right? Say yes! Anyway, what? That's crazy. I'm super normal. I'm the normalist, and I'm the most stablest. It's not an act, and it's not a kayfabe. I'm normalist! And the stablest! Okay? And I show none of my true side when I do my ASMRs at all. Because I'm super normal and super stable, and I would never be any fucking weird sense at all. You know? It's like, you're a furry. Hey, what can I say? What can I do? I'm not a furry. You remember what you... Do you remember who did the art for your birthday, Decimate? Yes, I do. Do you want their link? Let me grab it for you. Where's Twitter? Twitter. Let me get you them. Both of them? Okay, I can get them for you. No freaking worries. Let me get those. This is daimon. here is Daimar. This is who did the main decimate art, and then the one who did the other art is Eno. If you want Eno, here's Eno. I will tell you. Eno is probably cheaper if you want art. Daimar is very expensive, but Daimar is really good at their art. I could never pay for these people out of pocket. SVP pays for these people. I'm not that rich. just gonna say it out loud. I can't afford either of these people, honestly. I could never pay either of them to make art for me. I'm not that fucking rich. Just gonna say that out loud. I did not pay for either of those arts. I'm not fucking rich. I'm not that cool. I wish I was. If I was that cool, I would have more art. I don't know if you've noticed, I actually have some of the least amount of arts for any SCP YouTuber. Genuinely. I actively think for all the Infinity Girls, I have the least amount of art. All of the art that I own is literally cover art. Some of it is art that I've commissioned in advance, but those are all like tiny stuff I do for reactive videos. I genuinely don't have any art. I'm not cool and I'm not rich. I'm stupid, is what I am. But, saying that, but I bought a bunch of art recently. Well, I bought a bunch of yitch for reactives, so you guys will have more emotes in the future. Say yippee wahoo! I bought more reactive art. It's actually more for edited videos and not for emotes, but I'm hoping I can add some of them to my emote stuff for you all. I just paid money! Yippee! I just spent money! Yippee! You're saying we should suggest or even common people to draw fan art. You don't have to draw any fan art of me. And if you do, that's wonderful and that's awesome and I'll celebrate it and thank you for those who do commission art of me, but don't ever feel pressured to do anything. It's okay, I spend my art on covers and stuff most of the time because I want to create content you guys can enjoy that's not just like art that I commission of myself because, I don't know, I feel really bad that people have to spend money on me at all, so I like want to try my best to not really ever ask for things and just mostly make covers when I can. And when I can, spend extra money and stuff too. Kind of be like Tomoe, Umari, and Common Light of Art. You're acting like I make as much money as Tomoe Umari. That's very kind of you. Have you noticed my subscriber count? And do you think I make that much money? That's very kind of you. That's very kind. I don't make that type of money, but that's very kind. But I wish I could commission a lot of art. I know like some people in SVP do commission more art. A lot of those people live at home and don't have a job that has to pay for their rent. I will say that. My mom does support me, but I try really hard not to ask her for any support when I can. I try really hard not to ask her for any help. She does help sometimes, but I really try hard not to ask. So I can't unfortunately commission a lot of art because I do my best not to drain on her wallet if I can afford to. So most of the time, I do have to focus on paying, you know, my rent and my utilities and stuff. Hookah wallpaper? I do have wallpaper, I guess, theoretically, because I do have arts that I've done in the past. You guys could just use those as wallpapers if you wanted to. Do you have any supportive things that you would like to see commissioned? I mean, I guess, you know, I would love to see commissions with girls I haven't gotten art of yet with. Like, I don't really have any art with me and Rena or me and Lemmy. So I guess then I'll have art with everyone. Like, I don't think I have anything with Lemmy yet. But Lemmy and I hang out all the time. Oh, you know what I should do? It's something I haven't done for a while, even though I said I would. Because I forgot every single fucking time because I have great memory. And it's because I normally get asked during stream and then whenever I'm asked something during stream, I forget. Let me like actually pull this out to the side for a second. So this Dang, I gotta replug a thing and then continue drawing for a second. But I have to download this, actually. Open on web. This one. This one. How have you felt about Rich Hat Atelier? I haven't seen it at all. I don't really watch anime. I know, Perry was bringing this up when she was talking today on stream. She's talking about people like not really watching anime and stuff, but I don't watch anime really. I watched, wait. Wallpaper 2, and then Open Eyes. Acid Rain. The Acid Rain Wallpaper 1. Which hat is manga too if that's similar style? I mean, I don't really read manga either. I just don't really watch or consume anything. The problem is mostly I just don't consume anything. So, let me send this to Senbei for a second. Hi. Can you make a Google Drive of these and send it into my community tab for them to have as wallpaper? I just did it while I was on stream. This has been so long coming. I have to make it happen, but I always have to ask Senbei because I'm not really supposed to send things from my own personal Google Drive because then you guys have my email and you're not supposed to have that. Because then you guys be weird. So don't do that. But yeah. I would like you to watch the first few episodes of the anime if you have time, because I think you would have a good combination with me and Rena. I just really watch anime that has magic stuff in it a lot, because I watch mostly Yuri, and then I watch a lot of slice of life. But that's because I try not to watch anything that's stressful, because I'm already stressed all the time, so I don't really watch a lot of things that have stressful plots. But that's because I'm a baby. But I think does Rena like the chat? She likes that one that has the gray hair that she has some aspects of her design from her Rena model. But I didn't think, was that Rich Hat Atelier? Or was that a different one? It's like Little Witch or something? Most animes I watch are slice of life or they're idol based. Not with the Little Witch Academia. It's like a girl with gray hair in a witch anime. Oh, let me see if I can find it in her channel, in our internal. Rina. And then oldest. Before then, yeah. Apply filters. Woo. Oh, I can just do this by oldest. Let me just do this from oldest. In Rena. What? Why is this not? Ooh. In this. Wait, this isn't showing my screen, right? Yeah, I'm smart. Okay, I was fine. Copy. Tin eye. And then I just telepathy. And then picture this girl. Who is this form? Why can't I find this fucking image? Who is she? Google image. Research. Is it the Wandering Witch? Oh yeah, it is. Wandering Witch, The Journey of Elina. Elina. It is the Wandering Witch. That's who was a part of her inspiration for Rena's hair, was the Wandering Witch. Oh wait, is it not loaded yet? My fucking thing I've drawn on? Wait, why is it still this image that I've drawn past a bit ago? Wait, what's happening? Wait, what's happening? Aw, gee Louise. Why is that not loading? Ooh. Let me go. Let me go reload it. I'm reloading. It's not a lot that I drew past, but I mean, at least I drew. But one more second. I'll be right back again. I'm gonna quickly be right back. Toka-kun!
Toka-kun! But, oh my god, guys, the art that I commissioned, I didn't get to tell you. I did say it was kind of reactive stuff for my longer form video content I want to make soon, but I what do you call? I was really hoping that with some of it I'll be able to make more transitions, so there'll be more options for us to pick from when I transition back from things. So I hope you guys will like that too. And then also I had a really funny story to talk about for oh my god, for my so I called my mom recently, right? Well, I call her at a minimum once a week because we don't have a lot of family, so I don't want her to feel alone. So I try my best to call at the minimum of once a week so that, you know, she has someone to talk to. Since my dad is not there, you know, it's like I want to make sure that she has someone she's talking to, you know? So she's not lonely, because it's lonely otherwise. But when I was calling her last time, you know how I told you guys she was getting into BTS? She finally developed a sense of performer empathy from BTS. It's kind of funny. So like, I don't think she's ever noticed this before with BTS and stuff like that, where she was like, oh, like Toka, like, you know, like it's so hard to be a fan of BTS because I just feel so guilty liking them because I know that they work past feeling exhaustion and feeling like all of these like really hard to feel like things like physically and stuff. And I was like, you know, mom, like a bunch of people do that, like not just like them, like, you know, working past like when you're sick and stuff, like people who have regular jobs deal with that all the time. Like you've dealt with that before going to work, and like you know, like many people in a lot of different performative fields deal with that too. It's like, you know, when you're sick, it's not worth, like they want you to do this thing, and like I had to explain to her this basic sense level of human empathy for sickness and health, and that it's not just her K-pop idols do it. And it was so funny because I was like, oh my god, is this what it's like for people when they like don't understand that like people do their best even when they're like dealing with a bunch of different things? Like this is genuinely what people go through all the time. It was such a weirdly unique experience for me to have to explain that to my mother. Like, your K-pop idols are not the only ones who are going to work through having horrible life experiences. And she was like, I feel such a, like, I feel so bad being their fan because it makes me feel like I'm a part of the reason why they overwork themselves. I thought it was so funny. I was like, I've never experienced that before. Like, having to teach that to someone, I was like, holy shit, that's so funny. She gets it now, yeah? Yeah, I guess she does. Yeah, you know what? I guess she does now. I think she didn't before, which is kind of crazy. There we go. There's the top part for you, Brandon. But like genuinely I had to explain to her about like how like BTS is not the only K-pop band plus band in general who has to go through it, and I had to explain to her like how a lot of singers who are famous have to like deal with injury and stuff like that and still perform. And she was like, oh, and I just never really considered before that people that weren't my fucking K-pop Oshi has to deal with that. And I was like, you only developed these Oshis like 6 months ago, what are you talking about? It was so funny. Like, she literally only became a fan of BTS after my birthday in April. And she is such a hardcore stan now that she like literally has this belief that they work harder than like the whole world. And that they are the perfect idols. And she feels bad for Oshiing them because she feels like she's adding to them having to work too hard to survive. I was like, I cannot believe the amount of Oshiism that my mother inherited within like 4 months of being retired. Less than 4 months. She has been retired since like literally the day after my birthday. Like literally like the 14th of April. My mother literally became an Oshi lover of BTS literally almost exactly after my birthday. And she is such a hard stan, it is crazy. I cannot imagine. She was like, do you think BTS knew they were they were gonna have to deal with all of this Oshi stuff once they became idols? I was like, yes, mother, they were not the first fucking K-pop group. Like, she's literally asking me questions like, do you think they signed up knowing that they would have to deal with a bunch of shit if they became famous? Yes, mother, they are K-pop idols, a part of the K-pop machine. They were not the first K-pop group ever in the whole world. They knew they would have to deal with the fucking consequences of being famous if they became famous. Yes, obviously they knew that was gonna happen to them. What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? Well, do you think they knew? Oh, I think they knew. Like, what are you talking about? And I brought up how I listen sometimes to like K-pop girl groups, and she was like, oh, I didn't know that girls existed. What are you talking about? She was like, do the girls have to deal with the same things as the guys? Yes, mother, if not more, because there's a bunch of sexist stereotypes. Because a shit ton of the girls who do like these fucking groups are fucking extremely like eating disorder, like almost dying vibes, bro. Yes, of course they have to deal with this bullshit. Oh my god, it was so funny. Like, do I think the girls have to deal with the same shit the guys have to deal with? Oh my god, yes, and if not more. Holy shit. She had not conceptualized. She's so in her BTS era right now. She had not even conceptualized girls being famous. Yes, mother, girls can be famous. Yes, of course, Brandon. Once I finish everyone's Chekis, they will be delivered en masse to everyone. PNG transparent, so you can add whatever photo you want behind it. But it's so crazy to me that my mom asked me that. She just, I guess, was really unaware. She had no idea of the options. Have a good night! Like, my mom has literally never considered that there are famous women, I guess, and whatever. Well, it makes sense, though, because a lot of her favorite, my mom is pretty old. So a lot of her favorite, groups that she's, like, brought up to me growing up were all men groups. So I guess maybe she never considered women as, like, famous groups she could look into. Like, my mom likes the Monkey, she likes the Beetle. Oh, my phone died. Sorry, forgot. She had not considered, because I think for her... There we go. But for a lot of stuff, like, yeah, she liked Elton John, the Beatles, Frank Sinatra. Like, she had a lot of men that she really liked watching growing up. So I guess for her, you know, like, she had it considered. You know, she hadn't really been thinking about that type of thing. So for her, I think it was just a different time. It's a different time.
draw this like this. My mom is very old. Like when I say my mom is old, I don't mean like she's old, quote unquote. I mean like my mom is old. Like my mom is very old. Like when people hear about how old my mom is, they're like, that's crazy. My mother chose to have me very late into life. With my father, obviously. But they didn't want to have a kid until they felt like they could pay for my entire college, like, experience. I guess is maybe why I think the way I do. Like, my mom literally and my dad, they saved up until they felt like they could take care of a kid as, like, provide for them for their whole life sort of vibe. So, I think that's why I think about my, like, family the way I do. Is that, like, and I think about paying for children the way that I do is like my family just sort of really wanted to make sure that they felt like they could care for my entire life before they had me in terms of my parents. And so they had me very late because they wanted to feel like they could provide for a child really, really well before they had a child. You know? Like, they really wanted to make sure they were like, oh yeah, a child can be afforded. Because they never wanted to make me feel like I had less because they had me early, you know? My mom had my brother pretty late in life, but that was the process of immigrating. That makes sense. It's pretty responsible. Yeah, my family is very responsible. I think, abnormally. At least from what I've told Senbei about my family. And he thinks my parents are very, very responsible. My parents are waiting until they were 30. Yeah, my parents waited until past that to have me. They waited until past that to have me. Except, sorry, wait, what are you talking about? My kayfabe. Oh, pulls my kayfabe off the ground! But, like, they waited past that to have me. Because they really, really wanted to make sure that they were very, very... like ready to have children and stuff, you know? Oh my god, sorry! Tugs my kayfabe by the fucking bootstraps. Whoa, hey now. Whoa, Nelly! Whoa, hey now. I think that's a part of why also my, like, vocabulary is very dated. Parents were pretty dated, so my vocabulary is also kind of like what my parents brought me up with. They said a lot of like, oh geez Louise sort of stuffs, you know, like because they're a bit of the older generation, so they always said like, oh geez Louise, aw Willikers, ah damn it, what do you mean sort of vibe. But they were not southern. I don't know why I always add a southern affect to what I say. I'm not from the south. From the west coast sort of vibes, but like I always had like a southern twang to what I say, and I'm not from the south. I don't know why I do that. I'm not even from the south, but I add a lot of southern affect to what I say. I think I have a very west coast southern sort of dialect, so I don't know why I do that. But I guess I do. So true. Same with the British accent. I'm not from the Brit. I'm very West Coastian. I don't know where all the accents that I add to what I say come from. I'm very West Coastian. No, once Issa said I sounded like I had that I kind of seemed like I had a Valley Girl accent, and I was like, girl, I don't even fucking think I have that, but like, sure, if you say so. You think I sound like I have like a Californian, like, Valley Girl accent? I don't think so. I feel like I would rather, like, I feel like I sound more like I'm a hidden Southern girl, even though I'm not. I feel like I say a lot of things that make it sound like I could be a hidden Southern girl. Do you say hella? I've never said hella. sounds very natural coming off my tongue to say hella. I don't know what my dialect is like, which is crazy because I've lived basically in one general vicinity for my entire life. Fake West Coaster. Yeah. Actually, I'm from New Jersey and I have a New Jersey accent. Actually, I'm hiding it. Actually, I'm from New Jersey and I have a fake New Jersey accent and I'm hiding it, obviously. Oh my god, Lemmy! Oh my god, I love you! Hi, Lemmy! Lemmy! Hi, Miss Lemmy! Hi! Microwave snails! Hi! Lemmy! I saw your stream when I was looking at YouTube earlier and I saw you floating around. It looked so cool. Hi, Lemmy! I miss you! Hi, Lemmy! How are you? Welcome, Snailers. Hope you had a good stream with her karaoke. We love Lemmy karaoke. Everyone say it in my chat. We love Lemmy karaoke. Welcome, Snailers. If you don't know who I am, my name is Toka-kun from Stellarverse Productions, first generation Infinium. Crystal, I'm a VTuber who loves singing, theater, and yapping, and Yuri. Wah! Welcome in, Snailers. I'm waiting for with Lemmy. Wah! Get microwave snail rated. Aw, gee willikers, thanks. Hope you all had fun. How was your microwave singing? I wish I could do karaoke all the time. It's just not bountiful. It's not bountiful for togas. But Lemmy has a good voice, so I feel maybe more bountiful for the Lemmys. I think Lemmy has one of the best voices ever. I love Lemmy's voice. I think Lemmy has a phenomenal voice. Phenomenal! You know that one of my most listened to songs of all time is her Mimish song. I wish I had a high voice like Lemmy. Lemmy has such a cute high voice. Ooh, I'm big love. I wish that I was like that. I have a very unattractive lower voice, so I hope that you can all be patient with me while I drop. Watch the others who love Lemmy's cute kawaii voice. I am happy you are here. I want to be good enough to do anything that I do. You know? Whenever anyone comes up. Pico! Hi, Pico! Welcome! Welcome, Raiders! Hi, Pico! My Omega! Welcome, my Omega! Mwah! Hi, my Omega! Hi, Pico! I love you! Mwah! Hello, my cute Omega! Mwah! Hi, Boobays! Welcome! Thought you were the Omega. No! I'm the Alpha. You're what? You're my favorite Omega. Drags your chin up, brings you close to me, looks you in the eye, kisses your forehead, screeches behind your ear. You're my Omega, Pico. Oh, Pico, you don't have to say it like that. What's wrong with me? Why am I like that? Pico, I was saying recently when I played Tomodachi Life yesterday that you inspire something in me to say something sussy. I was like, guys, I don't know why, but Pico inspires me to say stuff that's kind of sussy like that. I was like, normally I'm contained, but then Pico comes into the room and I can't contain myself anymore and I say stuff, sussy things like that.
It's just something about you, Pico. You're just so fucking, like, irresistible. I gotta say something. Thank you, Gal. Thank you so much for the given memberships. Please make sure to thank Gal if you get a membership from Gal. Thank you, Gal. Thank you. You did go from 50 to 1,000 when Pico entered. What can I say, guys? As soon as Pico enters the room, my ability to be normal just fucking throws itself out the fucking room. I'm not an unsay machine, but you're so attractive, Pico. What can I say? You inspire me. You just like draw me into this feeling that I need to say something that's crazy and unhinged about you. It's just your vibe, Pico. You're so irresistible, Pico. I just have to say something that's just like so uncouth. Something about you just inspires it in me. Something about you, Pico. It just really makes me wanna. It just makes me really want to. Anyway, sorry. I'm normal. Laughs normally. Uncouth is the correct word. Well, what can I say? I'm very verbose. Thank you, girl, for the gifts. Thank you. As in Jello Noel. Jello Noel. Jello Noel. Oh my god, I love Jello. I love Jello. Jello is one of the only desserts that I had as a child because my mother made Jello with mandarin oranges from the can every Sunday as dessert. Is what my mom made me every. Why am I saying that with a southern accent? I'm not from the south. Ah! Gonna die. My mother, every Sunday when I was growing up, she made Jello with mandarin oranges. And that was my dessert every Sunday growing up. I don't know why I keep fucking saying things with a southern accent. I'm not from the south. I don't always say things with a British accent. I'm not from the fucking Brits. Jello. I had Jello growing up. I don't know why I say it like I'm from the south. I'm not from the south. But I had Jello with mandarin oranges as my dessert every fucking Sunday. Okay. Kills myself. Kills myself. Ah! Hello, Jello. Thank you for the gifted. Fuck my dick. You should make that on a Sunday for nostalgia. Maybe when I move into my studio apartment, I'll do oh my god, maybe would that be cute? Would you guys enjoy that? If on a Sunday, once I move into my studio, that I do a cooking stream where I cook you guys like a traditional Toka family Sunday dinner just for y'all, and I make y'all like a Jello, and I make y'all like a dinner meal that my mom would make, which is normally just a fusion Asian meal of some sort, or just an Asian meal, and I just make it on camera. Would that bring you joy? I really do want to move soon so I can do a cooking stream, because in the current configuration of the apartment I live in, it's like way too hard to get a long extension cord to try to do like a cooking stream. But if I had a studio, it'd be more easy. So I could just like bring the cord over for the hand cam and cook on stream. Be awesome. Ah, gee, really curious. I might try it. Also, thank you, Pico, for the raid. I love Pico Boo. I talk about her all the time. She's in my fucking Tomodachi life. She's super tall and super sexy. She inspires something in me that's a little bit like unnaturally feral. I think it's because she feeds into it. I think it's because she doesn't go ill. I think it's because when I say something slightly feral, she doesn't freak out and she doesn't go ill. She just plays along. And I'm like, fuck. She's diving in, so I'm gonna dive in. I'm like, oh, well, she's not saying ew. I'm just gonna fucking 12-fold into it then. Which is so fucking stupid. I'm so fucking insane. I don't know why I do that. Yeah, you know, you can't say chicken first. I was talking about this earlier in stream. Was that when I was in college and there were like parties and stuff that I would host, or like I'd be at other people's parties, I always wanted to outdrink the men, and so I would just take full-on straight shots
And I would just do it every time. So I got a reputation where every time men took shots at the parties, I get invited over. And they'd be like, Toko, do you want to take a shot with all the men? And I'd be like, yes. Because I would want to show off for the women. You know, like in the same way that a bird with feathers wants to show off that they can dance the same as all the other male birds because they want all the girls to look at them. So when they'd be like, Toko, want to shake a shot with the rest of the guys? I'd be like, yes! And sometimes I would take 2. And so it ended up with nights where I would end up having taken like 11 shots. Because I wanted to show off to all the men in those parties that I was just as good as them and I also could pull women. It's my strength, guys. I'll do anything. Look at me. I'm really strong and women want me. And that's why I have a harem. And so, conclusively, that's why I have a harem. Conclusively, that's why Toka has a harem. Just so y'all know. Did your liver ever recover? We'll ask it that. Well, I mean, I think it's enough where I can stream still, so I guess she's fine. I guess she's fine. I need to sign the signature better, fuck. She doesn't look cute enough. That's not enough for me. She gotta be cuter and better and have better hand signature. My liver's gonna recover one day, guys. Don't fucking question it. It always starts like this, though. Fuck. Sorry that I fucking swear all the time. Oopsie daisy. You know what's really funny is before I went to high school, I genuinely, by the way, not even like a joke. Before I went to high school, I genuinely said that I was not going to swear. Like, it was actually a thing I had told myself before I went to high school. I was like, I'm not gonna swear at this new school that I enter. Because when I entered high school, I had not sweared before. But I did not want to because I told myself I was gonna be straight edge. And I was gonna be the smartest girl and I was gonna be on, like, all of the smart, like, things that they do in high school and stuff. Like, I thought I was gonna be, like, full-on, dedicated, full IB, like... What are the other things you do when you're full IB? Like, I was gonna be on, like, the Random Acts of Kindness. I was gonna be on, like, the debate club and all those things. I was like, I'm gonna be, like, a full-fledged, like, straight-edge student with none of those bad things. Like, I'm gonna be, like, this perfect student. And then I went to, high school and that didn't happen. And anyway, I'm the perfect student. The end. Like, genuinely, I told myself that I was gonna go to school and be this, like, perfect straight-edge student. I wasn't an IB. Pico, I wanted to be on IB, and my teachers told me no. Well, my theater one. I wanted to be in theater IB. I wasn't in full IB. I never wanted to be full IB, because all my friends who were in full IB were really miserable. But literally, I wanted to be in IB theater. And my theater teacher literally said to me, he said, I think you could be smart enough for full IB, but you don't want that to happen to your grades. And so what I did instead was I wasn't in full IB. And I was in that theater course that was in the same class. So for our school, we didn't have enough classes. So for full IB theater, you had to be in a different theater course that I was in. And I was just assigned all the IB courses, but was graded on a normal level. But he would write in the corner of my papers what I would have had for an IB level course if I was in it. So I did IB level coursework, but I didn't get graded on the IB scale. So all of my stuff was still graded on normal scale because I was so fucking stupid. They were like, Toko, you have to still be graded on all the normal stuff level scale. And I said, okay, sure. Because I was very stupid for other courses. I got to get that extra, you know, oomfa-da-doomfa into it. Because I was still under the oomfa-da-doomfa-da, you know? I was still under the oomfa-da-doomfa-da. Okay, Freem, are you still here? Freem, are you still here? Do you have a frame you want to pick? So here are the options, okay? You have 1. You have... Oh wait, let me put it longer. You have 1. You have 2. You have 3. You have 4. Have 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. Do you have any of those that you would prefer? Roku, Nana. 6, 7. Toka teaches you how to count. What can I say? You like 10? Okay. Yippee! Oh shit, my dick! Fuck! Sorry. Whoopsie daisy. I didn't mean to say that. Oops. Oopsie daisy, sorry. Sargy accident. Whoops, I got very vocal. Oopsie daisy. What can I say? I'm just around. Sighs. Looks at the corner. Looks back. One time Pico yeeted me into the ether for saying 6-7ing her in a chat. That's okay. 6-7. It's cool how you never swear. Oh, thanks. I don't. I know that. I do not swear. Yeah, by the way, everyone in Pico's chat, my color is purple, just so you know in advance, in case you like me and stick around. My image color is purple, just to indoctrinate you early. Just in the off chance that you like me, my image color is purple. Just in case, just to indoctrinate you early, my image color is purple, and don't forget that. Pico, can your community accurately say what your image color is? Pico's viewers, what's her image color? Say it now in my chat. What's her image color? Go. What's her image color? Say it now. It's not thighs! That's not a color! All the Pico lovers, say her color in my chat right now. And if you don't say it, you're a fake fan. And if you're looking it up right now, that's crazy. It's not thighs! It's not a color! Thank you, Jello. Okay, orange is acceptable, but saying thighs is not a fucking color. You gotta at least be. Thighs is not a fucking color! What is it? Me wanting to be buried in Pico's thighs, making her. Sorry, what? Marking her. Sorry, what? Scenting her. Sorry, what? Is not an answer. That's not orange, okay? Hey, whoever asked if I had a specific thing I wanted art of earlier, guys, what if I'm buried in Pico's thighs? Sorry, what? Oh my god, who said that? Not me! Smiles at the camera. What? I've never said anything like that one in my life. What are you doing? Anyway. Smacks my lips. What's the color of Pico's eyes? Y'all probably completely in his eyes, you don't even know. Crazy luck. Guys, I hope one day someone writes fanfiction about me and Pico. I want to be the pathetic alpha to her really, really sexy fucking beta omega, whichever one you write her as. Pico, what if I write a fanfiction about us? Would you read it if I wrote it? Pico, if I wrote a fanfiction about us, would you read it? If I wrote a one-shot, would you read it? I'll read it out loud. Is insane, Pico. That's so funny. Well, I do have to write fanfiction soon. It's a It's from one of my from my donathon. I have to write fanfiction, a one-shot for each of me and my gen mates. So, what if I wrote one with me and Pico? Pico, Pico, oh my god, Pico, you're so pretty and cute. Oh my god, Pico. Looks at Pico. Just the fic in general. Ooh, Pico, you're so cute. Pico, you're so pretty. Pico, I froth at the mouth. Do you know that, Pico? Guys, I'll never stop being fucking pathetic for women. You're so pretty and stuff. How do y'all even exist? Women. Looks at women. How do y'all even exist when I'm looking at y'all? Ooh, women. I'm a pathetic person. Especially if the woman is taller than me. Holy shit. Women? Looks at women? You ever looked at a woman before? About having your priorities in order. Thanks all for understanding me. Oh my god, guys, it's crazy. Okay, wait, I gotta say this. So there's a coffee shop. I think like this is not doxing because it's like there's a lot of coffee shops in the world. There's a coffee shop near where I work. Okay, there's a coffee shop near where I work, and I've been getting my coffee there recently. Every time I go there, there's an attractive fucking girl there. Okay, and it's not even the same fucking girl each time. Every time I've gone to this new coffee shop near my work, another attractive lady is the barista slash cashier, and I can't fucking deal with it. It's crazy! I think I've gone 6 times, okay? Every time I go to get my coffee before work, there is another attractive woman. Like, not just like attractive, like drop dead gorgeous woman at the cashier. Holy shit! It kills me every single time. It's like I walk in there and there's someone created by the hands of God. By the hands of God created, serving me coffee. Holy shit, they're so pretty. Can't even be fucking... Holy crap. I order a sandwich every time because I don't get coffee no more. I'm getting fucking a sandwich at a coffee shop just so I can have a sandwich for lunch. Okay? And then I get tea that I've already brought because I bring a bottle of fucking tea already. I get Ito and tea in my backpack. I just go there to get a fucking breakfast sandwich so I have food before I go to work. The most gorgeous, handcrafted women serving me breakfast sandwich at the fucking coffee shop near my job. Holy shit! Every single time, not a single time have I gone to this coffee shop and the woman is not a God-given, beautiful, carved from stone woman. Holy shit! Every time I enter, I'm like, how do you have another beautiful ass fucking woman working here? How do you have the business for a beautiful ass fucking woman like that working here? Not even fucking real. I don't understand it. And it's crazy because every time it happens, I DM Penny. Every time it happens, I DM Penny and I go, Penny, you won't believe this, but I've seen another fucking drop dead gorgeous girl at this coffee shop. Every time I DM Penny, and I go, Penny, there's another fucking hot ass woman here at this coffee shop near my work. Cause like, what do you mean, bro? Oh my goodness! All of these fucking hot ass women at my coffee shop. I'm just trying to get a breakfast sandwich, bro. And I will say, I did see a man one time at this coffee shop. I did see a man. I did see a beautiful man once at this coffee shop. I will admit it to the chat. I did see a man once. But I'm pretty sure that man was 100% gay. I will say this man was very beautiful. I'm pretty sure that man was 100% gay. I'll be honest with ya. Because he was wearing a full face of makeup. And I was pretty sure that man was 100% gay. But I did in fact see a beautiful man at this fucking coffee shop. I did see a beautiful man, but I was pretty sure that guy was 100% gay. He was wearing more makeup than me. I was pretty sure he was more gay than me. But I was like, holy shit, do they have like a fucking requirement that you're a hot ass person who wears makeup to be working at this coffee shop? Because I couldn't fucking work here. I don't wear makeup to work. Like, holy shit. I wear makeup to a party. No, this guy was wearing a full face beat. I was like, holy shit. Like, I saw this guy working at this coffee shop. He was wearing a full beat. I was like, that's crazy. To go to work? Could have done a fucking show after that. Go to work for that makeup? Not like it's bad. More like, I couldn't do the effort to go to work. He was wearing like full beat, eyes, brows, makeup, lips, cheeks, contour. You could not beg me to wear that much makeup unless I'm going to an event. Like, for me to wear makeup to work, you have to tell me that there's an event happening after. Like, I will not wear makeup unless I know that there's an event where I have to look hot. You know what I mean? Because otherwise, I'm working a fucking office job. You can't expect me to wear makeup. I'm in a cubicle all day. Who am I presenting my makeup for? Absolutely no one. Like, if you want Toka to wear her makeup to work, you have to tell her there's a full-on fucking event where it matters. Because otherwise, I'm not fucking wearing makeup. That's so much work for minimal fucking results. You know what I mean? Who fucking is looking at Toka unless there's a fucking event? If they came to my workplace, I feel really bad for them. It's so boring where I work. Can you imagine having them show up? If Pico came to my workplace, I would freak out. She's so hot. Can you imagine having to think about wearing makeup to your workplace? Absolutely not. The reason I picked the job career I live in is because I don't have to wear makeup. You know? Like, because I wore makeup all the time when I was younger because I was in theater all the time. So you have to wear makeup and stuff for all these shows and bullshit. But like, now that I'm an adult working an office job, it's like, I don't wear nothing. I wear work appropriate clothes and then I leave. And I go back home and I become a VTuber. Because my man, back off. No, I will never. Puts my foot down further, becomes my alpha mode. My my fur prickles in the back of my neck. Pico's mine! Drools. My claws become longer. It digs into the earth. Growls. There's a deep growl in between my chest. No, Pico's mine. My tail swishes behind me. My ears stand up. You can't say that to me. Pico's mine. That's so funny. You can't say that to me. Pico's mine. Don't be scared, don't be scared. We had this discussion. Oh yeah, of course, what can I say? That's so awesome. Okay. I remember be doing a wizard casting spell. Okay. Wizard casting a spell. I don't know what I'm doing half the time. I just like stream and then I say some fucking random ass shit. I just like say some shit, don't I? I don't know, bro. I don't think enough. Ueto, ueto, ueto. I'm going to the loony bin. I hope I don't go back to the loony bin. I've already been there a couple times. I've already been to the loony bin a couple times. Hope I don't go back. How many times can I go back? Sometimes I think about going back weekly. But I'm a VTuber, so I don't go back to the loony bin because I've learned to train myself to just not go back because every trip back could just be content. Just joking. That was a funny joke. I just don't go back to the loony bin because I don't want to. More like it's expensive if I'm honest. I've been to the loony time many times. But I think I'm pretty I've said it before, leadership. I think I'm pretty stable in the way that I'm very content organized. Also, SUP is a very good company. If I had to take a break, I would just take a break and somebody wouldn't care. So it'd be awesome. TBH, if I had to take a break because of my mental health, somebody would just let me. So I wouldn't need to like have a problem. I could just take a break. Somebody's very awesome, so I could just take a break. That's one of the things I like about Spooky. He cares a lot about whether we can just like, you know, take a break or whatever. If we need to, we can just take a break. I think that's awesome. It's part of why I signed on. A full-on fire spell. Holy crapoly. Let's do like a magic wand here. I do think that's one of the best parts of SCP is that somebody is so understanding in that way, you know? Because, like, I mean, I could technically take, like, a break on my IRL job, but it wouldn't look... it would not, in fact, look that good if I did that, you know? With a regular IRL job, it would not look as cool. It would not look as cool. It was not look as cool. But I'm very happy that SVP allows us to have more freedom in taking care of our mental health than most jobs would let you have. It is kind of crazy sometimes when jobs don't let you have that sort of freedom. I get a lot of friends in theater have that issue, and I'm very happy that I won't have to have that issue because of the company that I signed on to. And I mean that literally when I say my friends in theater, because theater is kind of insane, wacko bonko. They don't really care how you feel, they just want you to fucking do your job. I had a friend who had her appendix out. Well, not a friend, acquaintance who had her appendix out, and she still had to show up to play stuff because when she was in her theater degree, they didn't allow for more than 2 days off for a week. And she already had to take the 1 day off so that she could go get her appendix removed. And so the next time they had to make her appeal in class because they didn't allow people to miss more than that. And so she had to appear right after she had a surgery. Otherwise she'd get kicked out of the program, which was awesome. We love theater. Yippee! Theater's the favorite ever. I work at 2 restaurants. Yeah, that's how they are sometimes, ain't it? You know what I want to say? I'm very mentally stable for what I am. Smiles. The world is crazy, so what all y'all can do is control what you do, as they say, you know? As they says, you know? Freem, if you're here, do you have any other Oshis? you would want me to draw their mascots up on your Cheki. Or any other details that you want me to involve in your Cheki. Oh, the woo-woos! Like, awoo! Awoo! Let me get the reference. If I can't find it, can you drop it in my general? I'm trying to find it right now. Is there a reference sheet that you can drop in my general? Freedom. I'm gonna look for them right now, but if you have a reference for the woo-woos, I know what you're talking about, but I need a reference sheet for it. I'm gonna look for it right now. Oh, where's the refs for the woo-woos? Is there a good refs for them? Does she have a ref sheet for the woo-woos? Yeah, can you send a picture so I have a good ref? So I draw it correctly into my Discord? Because I know exactly what you're talking about, but I don't have a good ref. I can like only imagine them. Oh, the woo-woos. I love that you said woo-woos and I was like, oh my god, like our woo-woo! I love our woo-woo. Woo-woo! She's such a cutie! My god, she's just such a sweetheart cutie. I love woo-woo. Also, when I met her, I thought she was drop dead gorgeous, and I think about her all the time. Anyway, fuck. I'm just gay. What can I say? Le woo-woos. Le woo-woos. Wow. How goes the Cheki's clarity? I've drawn one Cheki. Thank you, Freedom. Thank you. Thank you. I remember when I met Awu once, and she was so fucking hot, and it destroyed my life. Guys, I've met so many VTubers where they're just so blindingly hot and cute and beautiful, and it just fucking ruins my life. I wish that I was rich so that I could date a bunch of VTubers and they would marry me and I could just let them stream for the rest of their lives and they would never have to hold a regular day job. The way that I wish that I could just have that as my life is insane. I want to be so fucking rich that I could just date a bunch of VTuber girls and they could all just stream for me and I would just pay the money and they would love me and it'd be so fucking easy. But it's alas not like that, but I wish it was. It's so fucking ashamed that it's not. Guys, what if I just had 13 beautiful VTuber wives and they were all fucking streaming just for me? Guys, it's not fair. Guys, it's just not fucking fair. What the fuck is happening? It's just so fucking not fair. It's not fucking fair. I want a fucking girlfriend who's a VTuber who loves me for me. It's not fair. They're so sussy. Bro, why is this kind of sussy? Why is that kind of sussy? It looks like it's eating the fire and then looking at the Crybaby. Why is that kind of sus? Guys, why is my fucking woo-woo kind of sus? Like looking at fire? Looking at that Crybaby? Wait, that's kind of sus. Guys, why is he sussy? He's looking at that Crybaby so sus right now. Like, genuinely, why is he kind of sus at it? He's kind of sussy. He's looking at flame, bro. Looking at flame. Sorry to cough. Schwupsie. 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 Getting benefits part-time at a restaurant. Guys, I'm hoping that when I get my full-time job, like hours added to me, it doesn't fucking kill me. Oh. Cause I want to be able to stream the same amount that I do now. Also, I'm kind of required to stream like 4 times-ish, basically. But like, I don't want to stream less. The issue is mostly just that I don't know. I do a lot of stuff that's not just streaming. And I know that maybe it doesn't always seem like that because, you expect certain things from a streamer. But I do a bunch of other stuff. That's not just that for SVP and other things, I try to do my best. I try my hardest. I mean, I always feel like I'm not doing enough, but I try my hardest. Maybe it doesn't seem like enough because I'm just not perfect, I barely make anything from VTubing, so I try my best for what I make from it, I think I spend more money being a VTuber than actually getting any money from it. But I still spend money on it. A lot of money on it, actually. But me does my bestest. I often feel really sad sometimes because I wish I was rich and I could spend more money. It's why I stopped spending so much money on covers. And I do more select covers now because I want to still make so much, but I make not that much money. Which is fine. I don't think it's on anyone for that. That's just life. The current ecosystem of money is bad, so it's okay. Nobody's fault. But I do my best. It can be hard because that's just life. But we do what we can. It's like I wish that I could give more than I currently do. I wish I could. But sometimes I feel wacko crazy in a pedo because I spend so much time doing regular work and then I spend so much time doing other work and then I spend so much time recording that work and then editing that work because I don't have money to pay editors. And then you go wacko crazy. Then you can't do the extra crazy work. Genuinely though, I can't understand how people who do like After Effects for their job is like they're possible, because whenever I do After Effects, holy crap, my brain goes wacko crazy. My brain goes freako wacko crazy. Don't know how people do that. Couldn't be me. I'm not that smart, bro. I don't know how you do that. To do wacko crazy, like holy shit, couldn't be me. Wacko crazy. Holy jeez Louise. Cause like Toga could not go wacko crazy. I always try to save at least a little bit of time, at least an hour. There are benefits to working with corpos, but you better believe they got that cringe. They do not get cringe. I mean, am I allowed to say this? I mean, I don't think there's a... I feel like people all already said this already, so I don't think I get in trouble for saying this. That's what I'm gonna tell myself right now. I'm gonna say that to myself right now. I think there's no... At least for something like SVP specifically, I don't think there's a negative to being a part of SVP at all. If you're looking for a corpo, I don't think SVP has any negatives. I think that being a VTuber as an indie is really hard, so I don't genuinely think there's any negative to SVP. Is what I would say. I think there's a lot of negative things having to try to be a content creator by yourself, so I don't think there's anything negative to say about being an SVP at all. I think if you work a job that's not content creation, and you were to hear about how it is to be a content creator without a corporation to stand by you and create opportunities for you, I think you would understand that too. It's very hard to be a creator in the current 2026, 2027. And I think if you wanted to have stats, there are stats. And I think if you want to look into what the benefits are versus not, it is pretty easy to look up. That's my current opinion on it. You know? Being able to do anything nowadays is very hard unless you have a backing or a company or anything that makes it easier to get your name out there. So, yeah. Especially with the copious amount of people who might be indie. But I would love to do a corporation, like, oh my goodness. Like, another PowerPoint on it. I would love to do more corporation PowerPoints. I love doing PowerPoints. I'm such a nerd. Makes sense? I mean, I can't say much about it. I don't think I can. I'll be honest. I mean, I would question whether I could, but I don't think I actually can. I don't think I genuinely can. I would love to do a talk more about it. I don't think I can because of just what contracts are and just in terms of what I'm allowed to say. He's not even here, but I'm just gonna... I like to think of myself as someone who's good at it. But, like, from someone who can genuinely say that they tried really hard. Like, tried really hard before they were in SVP. As a nobody who wasn't alive yet. Obviously, I wasn't alive before SVP. I was fucking... the teardrop of the gods before SVP. But as somebody who might have tried really hard before they could be an SVP, like really, really, really hard, I think that it can be very hard to make your place in an industry like VTubing without company backing. And I think that when you go into something like VTubing, it is very important to think about what you're willing to deal with as the cost benefit for creating content. And that it's really not that bad once you consider the cost benefit as well as what it means to do things beforehand. If that makes sense. As someone who works in kind of that generationally sort of thing, like you genuinely think about like, what's the pros and cons? How hard is it to market yourself for this? You know what I mean? Because marketing yourself is very, very hard as an indie. But those are my 2 cents on it, you know? Maybe I'm stupid and know nothing, you know? Maybe I'm stupid, baby, and know nothing. So, you know? さあ、行くよ! If only I found Toko when she was still a teardrop. If only. She was a loser. Being a teardrop seems like she was still a loser. It's very hard to make it past that stage. That's why only some people are corpo. I think of corporation streaming as very similar to having a job. It's like having experience in a field and then applying for a job and getting a job or not getting a job, you know? It's a job. Some people can run a business as individual LLCs who own those sorts of things, and some people need a corporation to back them up, and some people are completely fine with only having certain jobs as their hobbies. It's all on and off, so... You know what I mean? But maybe I'm too hysterical. I know some VTubers think of me as very hysterical when they talk with me. They're like, "Oh, Toka's very hysterical about this or this or this or this." You know, I for sure think that I'm very like Jen. Like, I think I'm very like what do you call? I feel like I'm very sterile with a lot of things. Like, I feel like personally, I'm very sterile with a lot of shit. Like, I'm very sterile. I'm not afraid to be very sterile about stuff, you know? And that's my fault. What can I say? I'm very sterile. But it's like, for sure, something that I don't know how to fix. Like, I think very hysterically, you know? Like, I think very hysterically about things. I don't want to mooch off my family, but I could. Earning money is my own reward. Yeah. I try really hard not to take too much money from my family when I get help for things like rent. That's why I try not to spend too much money when I get help from my family for my monthly rent, especially for the upcoming months where I'm living by myself because I need to live by myself for a bit before I can afford to move home. I was planning to live with my friends until I moved home, but unfortunately they can't house me for the time that I need to go home where I live right now with my job. But I have a very important, like, I can't stress this enough, and it makes me feel bad when I say this, just so you understand the importance. I have a surgery coming up in the fall, which I don't want to really say the full details of yet because I don't know if I'm allowed to by my management. But I have a surgery that kind of means really a lot to me in terms of it could really impact my life. And I need it to happen, but I can't get it unless I get treatment for about 3 months beforehand. That goes well. LOL. Not LOL because it's really, really scary, but like, I need to have 3 months of treatment beforehand in order to have this surgery. And it could genuinely impact the rest of my life depending on how well it goes. And I wanted to move home before October, but I can't because I need to have the surgery done. And in order to have the surgery, I kind of need insurance. So I offered, that's why I'm taking on the extra 20 hours from my job to have a full-time job, is because I need the insurance. Otherwise, I would just not have it. But I need the insurance. So I'm taking the extra 20 hours. I'm just gonna take the extra work and do that. Because it's needed for what I need to do. Unfortunate. That's America. Haha, I love America. Smiles. Waves my hands in the air. Haha, I love America. Haha, I love America. It's so poggers. That's just how it be. We love America. Haha, poggers. That's just fucking America. So we're just gonna deal with it. So poggers. I know, right? Haha. Smiles, waves to the camera. So sick nasty. I love insurance. You know, if it was easier, it would just be easier. It doesn't matter because better that than be recommended self-deletion, you know? Some people would tell me if my surgery did wrong, then I should get self-deletion. What can I say? And I've also tried that enough to know it doesn't work. Talking about it on stream before, I've tried that before. It doesn't work. Haha. All of this is worry people. So I've had a very interesting life. I try to act well, not act. I try to be very positive. I had a very interesting life before I was a VTuber, but I'm very mature now, and I'm very sick, nasty, whatever it is now. Will you be able to tell us about it after the surgery when you recover? I would love to. I have to ask permission first, because we do have to ask permission before we bring up like details. Like, why did it disappear? Is it back yet? I can only see my stream behind the lag. Oh, it's back. Okay. Well, actually, Senbei's not here. So actually, he can't tell me anything. Senbei's not here. It's like 10 at night. Who cares? I'll bring it up lightly. I won't say exactly what the diagnosis is. I'll just bring it up lightly. I'll bring it up lightly. Is that cool with everyone if I bring it up lightly and I don't say exactly what it is? Because I know somebody doesn't like when we say exactly what we're dealing with. I say like lightly what it is. Can I imply it to you and that's fine? I have a surgery that I have to get later this year where it basically decides whether I get to keep my uterus or not because of a growth that's happening right now. I have a growth happening right now on in my body internally, and if they can't remove it, well, I'll have to cut my uterus out of my body, and that will be really sad if that happens because I've always wanted a child. And it really is impacting my mental health because of that, which is fine. But it's not poggers. And I need to get certain treatments to make sure I don't have to for sure get it taken out of my body, because I would rather just remove the growth that's happening and not my uterus, because I've always wanted to have a child. So it'd be super poggers if I could keep that. But I have a growth in things and it's like impacting certain things, and when I have to take medication for it soon, there's gonna be a lot of symptoms I have to deal with when I take medication soon to make sure that I can decrease the size of the growth that's happening. Because I have a growth that's rapidly increasing in size, and we're going to try to decrease in size. Because there's a growth happening in my body that's growing really rapidly and it's big. And I'm thankfully on an increase. I'm not having any bad symptoms right now, which is lucky because I've actively had doctors tell me I thought you would be in excruciating pain right now. So I'm very lucky. I have somehow gotten the version of this where I have not had a negative impact, because I've had doctors tell me that they've had patients with smaller versions of whatever's happening to me where they've been in really bad pain. So actively, I'm very thankful. I have no pain currently, and I'm just hoping that I can take medication in time to decrease what's happening and I can get the surgery done and nothing bad happens. That's the goal. That's what I want to have happen. But I can't afford to have it unless I'm working a job that has insurance. So we're just gonna keep working. I didn't think this was gonna happen because it's been an issue for a bit, but every time I went to the doctors, they said it was really small and there was not a problem. But then I magically got an MRI. Well, I didn't magically, they told me to check it out. And I had an MRI, and then they brought me into an office and they were like, LOL, we didn't think it was that bad. But it actually is. And I was like, that's so sick nasty. Which is fine. That's just life. LOL. I didn't think it was a big deal until I had an MRI, and then the doctors looked at it and they were like, that's way worse than we thought. And I was like, that's so pog. Thanks for telling me after the fact we could have gotten treated earlier. That's so cool. But that's just life. Can't control it. Sick nasty. I know, right? That's what I always say. So sick nasty. You could have told me earlier, but that's super cool. I love learning now. LOL dies inside. Actually, for real though, they literally were like, it's not that bad. You don't have to worry about it. And then I got an MRI and they were like, actually, it's pretty bad. You should worry about it. And I was like, that's horrible, because I could have had this treated 2 years ago. Smiles. Because I've known about this issue for 2 years. I was always told that there was not an actual problem. And then they told me it was a really big problem. That's awesome. Women's health can often be taken. Oh, I know. You know, once when I had to get I had basically 3 kidney stones. I had really bad kidney stones, like recently-ish kind of vibes. 3 years ago. I had these kidney stones, right? I went the first time for a kidney stone. First time I went. I was in excruciating pain. And they were like, "Oh, Toka, nothing's wrong with you." And I was in really bad pain, but I was like, "Oh, I'm just a fucking stupid ass baby." And I went back home. I was dealing with a kidney stone at the time. Then I went back the second time, and I was dealing with the same sort of pain, right? And then they were like, "Oh, Toka, it's a urine infection." And I went, "Okay." And they were like, "Even though we don't see barely any information on this scan that says you have a urine infection, there's a little bit of abnormality, so it must be a kidney infection, okay?" I say, "Okay." And I get this medication for a kidney stone, okay? Take this medication. And I'm like, "Sure, it must be a kidney stone." Okay? 3 weeks pass. And then I'm in such excruciating pain I can barely stand. Looks at the clock. I'm like, "Oh my god, what's happening?" My roommate is like, "Should I call the fucking ambulance?" No. I'm like, No, I'm fine. I'm gonna go to the fucking clinic. Again. I go to the clinic and they test me. And they go, "Toka, it's just a mild fucking like urine infection. You're fine." I'm like, okay. I'm in so much pain I can barely walk. I'm literally like, I limp out of that office. And they're like, "It's just a mild kidney infection." I'm like, okay. I'm limping out of this fucking office. And I'm like, I need to get food because I haven't eaten in like 2 days. I'm like, I limp to a fucking Trader Joe's. I get soup and I bus home. Every bump on that bus, I'm like fucking in excruciating pain. I get back home. I try to eat the soup. I can barely swallow it. I'm in so much pain. I go onto my bed. I limp onto my bed. I'm sobbing. I'm like full on hysterically sobbing. I'm in so much pain. I call my father. And I go, "Dad, I'm in so much pain. I feel like I can't live anymore." He's like, "Well, but like, do you think you can walk?" And I'm like, "I think I can walk." He's like, "Wait till you can't walk anymore." Because my dad was a firefighter, okay? My dad is like, his measurement for pain is literally whether your leg can fucking bear weight on it, because my dad like dealt with people who were literally burning in hell, you know, because they're on literal fire. And then I like literally call him back and I'm sobbing hysterically. I'm like sobbing so much it's hard to talk. I'm like, "Dad, I'm in so much pain. I can't fucking do anything. It feels hard to breathe." He's like, "I think you should go to the fucking ER." I call my friends and they like help me get into a car and we go to the ER and they get me in and they're like, "You have a gigantic fucking kidney stone. Like, it's so big, there's no way it could ever pass. It's gigantic." They're like, "It's crazy you even got here with such a big kidney stone." I'm like, "Well, that's wonderful. Can we get it out?" They're like, "Yeah, can you sign this and this form, and can you sign up for this thing? We have to get someone out of network for this thing, and like, we can still add them on, but we have to file this paperwork." And I'm like, "Sure." And I sign all this shit. I finally am like signed up for it. I have to wait 24 hours to get a fucking person. They give me so much pain medication because I have a gigantic fucking kidney stone. And then they're like, "We have to transfer you to the hospital." I'm like, "I'm gonna take an Uber because it's so much money already." And so I walk out of this fucking doctor's office hospital and I get an Uber to a different hospital so I can get there. And I go to a different hospital for my same fucking kidney stone. And the next day they put me out of my misery and I finally get fucking surgery. This kidney stone, they're like, "We found out it's not just one kidney stone. You had 3 kidney stones, all too big to pass, plus one that's embedded into your kidney wall that we left there." So I still have a kidney stone. It's just embedded into the wall of my kidney. To the point where it's not impacting me because it's embedded into the wall of my kidney. They were like, "It's not worth it to try to take it out because it's fucking in your flesh." So I have another kidney stone. They're like, "You'll feel it when it fucking leaves your wall." I'm so excited for the day that the kidney stone leaves the wall of my kidney and I fucking feel it. I'm so excited for when the wall of my kidney releases that fucking stone and I feel it. I'm so happy. Yippee-ki-yay! I can't wait to feel it. It's gonna be awesome. I understand that it's potentially normal, yes, but does that sound insane to Uber yourself between facilities? Oh, it's so normal here. Because otherwise you have to pay for a fucking ambulance. And ambulances are like $700 each way. When I was younger, I had a reason. I can't say why, but I had to get transferred between facilities. It cost $300 and I wasn't even dying. I was very unwell when I was younger. That gives you any hint to why I needed an ambulance to transfer between facilities. But it was really fucking crazy, I'll tell you that. That's cute. Oh no, in America it's $700. Tell you that. $700 rose, I'll tell you that. Once I was in the hospital and it cost about $3,000 before I even got to the inpatient price. Just because they had to pump my stomach and make me stay there for a bit, and then they gave me extra cost. That was so fucking cool. Loved every second. It was so sick. No worries, Fiam. I'm happy you like it. I want to give like extra of the fucking woo woo, but I don't know how to add it. I wish I could add a woo woo here. If I add a sun? What if I add a mini? What if I add mini? Is that the same? Like this? You know, if I add a woo woo there, does that bring joy still? Like him? Like, does that bring you still joy for woo woo? If you get something like that, does that bring you joy? It just inspires Joey Mimsy. I wish there was more Joey Mimsy for drawing really, like, small. Because I draw really well small. But this is supposed to be Woo Woo Court. Because Woo Woo, I like Woo Woo. Woo Woo and I have met. And I think Woo Woo is really hot. And I wish I could marry Woo Woo. She's super pretty. I've met Woo Woo and I think she's super hot. And I wish I could marry her. You should tell her that on her stream. See if she'll marry me. Woo Woo, my DMs are open. I'm right here. Woo! Hey, look at the time. I could, hey, girl. Don't you want to marry? I don't know. Men. Hey, do you look like Dr. Spencer Reed? I'll consider it, but if you're not. Dr. Spencer Reed is kind of hot. Hey, do you look like Dr. Spencer Reed? Maybe you can convince me. I want to do karaoke now. I want to do karaoke stream for the rest of the night. But what if I want to do that? We do more Cheki signing later. Then I have to rate it myself. I gotta turn this off first. Normally I wouldn't do this. I realize now that I'm just like, guys, I'm realizing that I'm just a really considerate roommate. Because before I was like, I don't want to do this because I have a roommate. But now I have a roommate. So now I'm like, who fucking gives a shit? Am I a bitch? I don't know. But I also have to use the west. Sorry, I have to water flowers. But I'll do that after. Freedom. It is freedom. No, like literally it was. Because when I was... Do you guys remember? When I was... Oh my god, I have the fucking... Oh, wait. I gotta make this post first. Oh my god, wait. Give me a second. Sorry. I have to make this post. We have it, guys. Membership. For all of you who wanted acid rain art for wallpapers for membership, is the art? 上。どここうか。Yippee! I have to make new room. Yeah. But if you all remember, I just made a membership post so you can get more art. Here's the high quality art for Asirine. What? Can someone also tag 350 so that he knows? Thank you. Can someone tag 350? Because I know 350 really wanted it. Can someone tag 350? Thank you, Conclave. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Make new stream. Next stream. Yuppie. The next is the 4th? It is the 4th. Public. Done. Have a nice night, Freedom. Have a good sleep. Thank you. Let me read them myself, and then we quickly be right back, and then we'll do a karaoke stream. But let me read it myself first. Dueto. Because then we'll do more stream. Redirect. This one. Save. Okay. I'll be back in just a second, okay? I'll be right back. Are you ready? Are you back? 3, 2, 1.